Good morning. I will start as usual by asking the hearing team to please elevate the court reporter. Good morning to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
Yes, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I will start with introductions. Good morning. It is March 24th, 2026. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I'm conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of the hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of the recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen is with us today and will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of the slides. So you're welcome to address Ms. Mullen directly as you need a particular exhibit brought up. We will follow our usual practice in terms of timing and take breaks, take a lunch break, and have a hard stop at 5 p.m. Since we were together yesterday, I don't have any additional housekeeping. I understand, well, I should say, thank you, Ms. Morris, for your email. I understand that Mr. Schwartz is with us today and is available for questioning. So we will keep on track in that manner. And I believe where we left off yesterday was with Ms. Moskall's cross-examination, and at least looking forward a few out, I have my order of go as Ms. Moskall, Mr. Ruiz, Mr. Schutz, and then Ms. Meserve. I will look to the room. Is there anything else we should address in terms of process before we bring up our witnesses and return to cross-exam? All right, then I will start by asking the hearing team to elevate Ms. Carroll and Ms. Morris. And I would ask if the witnesses would please raise your Zoom hands as well. Good morning, Ms. Carroll.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey and Carol for DWR.
Thank you. And good morning, Ms. Morris.
Good morning, Stephanie Morris for DWR.
Thank you. And if we can also please elevate Mr. Krieger, who we usually have up here as well. And I will go ahead and go through our witnesses just to do a mic check. If you would please come on camera, and we will just say good morning. Good morning, Mr. Singh.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Priest. We cannot hear you. So good, we're on the mic check. No.
How about now?
Yes,
Okay.
working.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. And Mr. Fitzhugh.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Mr. Schwartz.
Morning.
Good morning. And Mr. Atelovich.
Good morning.
Thank you. It sounds like we have everyone. If Mr. Krieger, if you care to make your appearance, you are welcome to.
Thank you. Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors.
Thank you. And then I will look to, if we can elevate Ms. Moskall. And if there's anyone else we should bring up at this time, please go ahead and raise your hand. Good morning, Ms. Moskall. You're welcome to come on camera. There you are.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Ellen Moskall for Sacramento County Water Agency, Sacramento Area Sewer District, the City of Stockton, and Byron Bethany Irrigation District.
Thank you. Good morning.
And good morning, Mr. Singh. Just so that everyone can plan accordingly, I am about halfway through my questions for Mr. Singh, and then I will have questions for Dr. Priest. I do expect that this is going to take over an hour to complete. So we are going a little over our estimated time. Just want to
Noted.
keep everyone informed.
And I appreciate that. Thank you. And I think
Okay.
with that, we're ready to get started. So I will hand things over to you.
Perfect. Hello, Mr. Singh. I would
Good morning.
like to, good morning. I'd like to revisit our discussion yesterday, just briefly, regarding a statement you made that for certain modeling scenarios, the model runs were crashing and the reservoirs were going to dead pool. I want to make sure that I am understanding your testimony correctly. So first, to clarify, you were speaking with regard to calcium 3 modeling, correct?
Yes, calcium 3 model. Yeah. And go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Can you identify the model runs that were crashing?
Well, when I said crashing, it was what I was trying to say was when we look at the operations of State Water Project and CVP, the model was due to this imbalance between water supply and demands, it was going to dead pool a lot. So it was not a normal operation that we typically see. So that's what I meant is the dead pool frequency of dead pools was quite high.
Does the fact that that was occurring suggest any possible conclusions about future conditions?
Well, the what I can tell about the model that we had for 2070 and 2085, that looking at this future scenario, and with the hydrology, sea level rise, the water supply that we have, and assuming the model had, let's say, a baseline run had all the current demands, including the regulations, there's that imbalance in terms of what the water available is, and so that's the reason we're going to dead pool.
Okay, thank you. Do we have Ms. Mullen this morning?
We do, yes.
Perfect. Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up DWR 123R, Mr. Singh's revised rebuttal testimony, and go to page 3. Thank you. Perfect. So starting on this page, you describe what you call the appropriate use of model results, which includes statistical representations that, if we could go down to line 19, please. Thank you. You say, will minimize the unrealistic effects that modeling artifacts occurring in individual months have on the overall analysis being conducted. Can you clarify precisely what you mean by a modeling artifact here?
Yeah, so I think maybe I'll rely on Mr. Fitzhugh to give some examples, but in general, the calcium is a generalized representation of State Water Project and CVP operations, and also in terms of all the regulations we have. So maybe Mr. Fitzhugh can elaborate in terms of the modeling artifacts.
Great.
Yeah, so
Appreciate that.
excuse me. Calcium, because of the way the modeling code is set up, it can produce in individual months operations that are not very realistic. So like an example of this is like for the CVP reservoirs, so Shasta, Trinity, Folsom, there's logic in the model that balances storages in those reservoirs, and that's that replicates how the system would actually operate. But the logic is not perfect, and there are times when what the model will do is produce a very large change in reservoir storage in a single month, and attempt to rebalance the system, just because of the way we use like storage thresholds to say, oh, okay, protect storage in this reservoir versus another one. So you can get these, you'll be suddenly get a month where Shasta will release a lot and Folsom won't, and the reservoirs will change pretty drastically compared to each other. And so you get these, and there's a lot of other reasons. I'm happy to go through other examples, but you can get individual months with strange looking operations. And so that's the idea, is this is not happening that frequently throughout the model, but it does happen occasionally. So you want to be careful not to focus on an individual month or even an individual year, which has one of those months. That's why we always recommend using a statistical representation of results or something that involves averaging things together, because that will minimize the effect of these kind of single month artifacts on the overall results.
So I suppose in the example you gave, it will be fairly clear, given that there's a single month that is an extreme outlier, but how do you verify that that is an artifact and that calcium is doing this rebalancing you described versus a valid modeling result?
I guess it's just kind of experience in working with the model, and if you're seeing something that doesn't seem particularly realistic and you can trace it back to something in the code, some limitation of the code, that's how we basically evaluate it.
Are there any instances you can think of modeling artifacts you identified where it is less clear than, say, one outlier month or one outlier year?
No, generally when we're talking about these kinds of artifacts, that's specifically what we're talking about. One particular, individual months kind of scattered throughout the model run. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. Thank you. Have you documented the modeling artifacts that were identified in the modeling results?
I have certainly, in my own notes, when I review models, I record a lot of information about these kinds of artifacts. It's part of the QA/QC process that I go through. I don't believe that there's anything that's been released publicly, though.
Okay, so nothing in the record.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, one thing if I can add is, I mean, in terms of month-to-month comparisons, as modelers, we know these models have these artifacts and limitations. So, from a analysis and presenting those results perspective, we are not digging into each and every month or each and every time step to document every artifact. So, because in general, our goal is to use these results appropriately in a statistical manner, like we have shown exceedance plots. So I'm not sure if we need to, we look at each and every step and try to document that.
Okay.
Because it's not appropriate use of models.
Okay. So a little bit lower on this page, starting on line 21, you say that calcium-3 is the best available tool for these types of analyses. But if one of the objections of the model analyses is to understand the effects of the DCP on operations, but here you are also saying that the modeled operations in calcium-3 are causing modeling artifacts, what is your basis for still asserting that this is the best available tool for this type of analysis?
Well, calcium has been used for over 2 decades for these planning studies, and it's been continuously updated for the last 20 plus years, and we are using the latest refined version of the model. And really, the important point is, yes, there's no model that's perfect. There is limitations, but it has been used over the years for different planning studies and such as DCP. And in spite of all these limitations, it is still the best available tool. And it is a tool that we'll use to look at DCP effects effectively.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, if we could please jump to page 59, this document. Thank you. And scroll down so we can see line 16 and below. Perfect, thank you. So here you state that real-time operations cannot be represented in models such that you conclude that modeling results showing exceedances of D 1641 water quality objectives are artifacts of the modeling process, and yet are not an indicator of actual exceedances. I'm curious what the basis for this statement is.
The basis of statement is, modeling experience and understanding of how these two models work. And it's calcium is a monthly model, and that's been established. And we know that, so what that means is that the flows over the month that are going into DSM-2 are not changing for every day of the month. And then other than that, there's, D1641 requirements that are sub-monthly. They're changing within the month. Some of them stop at the end of the month. So trying to represent that, in calcium, there's some limitations there, or we do this the best way possible. So when we take that to DSM-2, we know there's this mismatch, and taking that account, when we look at these exceedances compared to the real-time operations where decisions are being made on real time every day, where flows and releases are being adjusted. So we know, some of these results that we're seeing are artifacts, and what we really focus on is the incremental change with the project, and which, most of the results we've shown is very small. And so that is just one metric that we use. And, there's other analysis that we have presented in terms of looking at changes, monthly changes by different hydrologies, exceedance plots. So it's just a whole set of information that we're looking at.
Can I ask what the basis in the record is for your statement that the modeled D1641 water quality objectives are artifacts of the modeling process?
Could you repeat that?
I'm asking if there's any evidence in the record on which you based the statement that the modeling results showing exceedances are artifacts on lines 16 and 17.
I mean, I think both myself and Dr. Priest have testified in terms of what these models, how these models work. And I think I've explained this multiple times, so that's in the record.
Okay. Can I ask, to the best of your knowledge, how real-time operations will differ from modeled operations?
Objection. This is outside the scope of this witness's rebuttal testimony. He's not an operator.
He states on lines 19 and 20 that such real-time operations cannot be represented in models. So I am curious what he based that statement on. I think it implies some understanding of what those real-time operations entail if he can conclude that they cannot be represented in models.
And I think that's
fair.
A
different question, and I don't object to that question.
There we go.
Yeah. So I think I already alluded to that in a previous discussion here. So what I'm saying there is calcium is a monthly model. So decisions that it is making are based on monthly time step. And in terms of real-time operations, those decisions are being daily. So that's the difference I'm trying to illustrate here. In terms of what those decisions are, I'm not an operator, but I'm just trying to highlight the difference between a monthly model and real-time operations.
Do you know what type of daily actions might be taken to avoid exceedances in real time?
I think that's a question for operators.
And the operators are the ones who are making those real-time decisions.
Yes, they are.
Just a moment, please. Has DWR evaluated how operating to D1641 would affect the amount of water that the State Water Project could export from the Delta if the DCP is operational?
Maybe I don't understand your question. Can you restate that? Or so all our modeling assumptions have D1641 requirements within the models. So
And DWR did not conduct DSM-2 model runs that consider temporary urgency change petitions in its future climate runs, correct?
yeah, in the 2043 CC50, CC95, in these planning studies, there is no TUCP's assumptions.
Thank you. If we could please go back to page 6, the first paragraph. Thank you. So here you describe DWR's method of computing and presenting summary statistics of exceedances with and without the DCP and computing exceedance differences. What does this type of result, exceedance differences, tell you about project impacts?
It is so what the results were shown was there was a table that shows what the exceedance probabilities are in the baseline, and there's also a table that shows what the exceedance probabilities are without the or with the project. And then this information is also presented visually, where you can look at those traces of exceedance probabilities with or without project and look at differences. And we also presented that information in a tabular form, that if you were to look at different exceedance probability points, what with and without project differences. So the presentation is essentially a difference in exceedances with and without project. It is not meant to be an exceedance of differences. That's what Dr. Paulson was suggesting.
I think it'd be helpful if we looked at an example. Ms. Mullen, could you please bring up DWR 511R? Thank you. And if we could go to PDF page 478. Thank you. So could scroll down to, I think there's a third table on this page, C. Perfect. We might want to zoom in a little bit on that table. Great, thank you so much. So let's look at the difference in exceedance probabilities for monthly average electrical conductivity during the month of December, which is in this table, I believe. There we go. So for the 5% probability, the value is -83. For the 50% probability, the value is 86. And for the 75% probability, the value is 27. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Do these numbers indicate an increase in salinity or a decrease in salinity with the project?
Well, if you look at the 50%, that is on 50% probability in December, there's an increase of 86.
Did you calculate these values?
I'm trying to remember which table is this.
So maybe not.
Either myself or somebody else on the staff did it. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what the increase in median salinity is for this example, the month of December?
Well, that is the 50th percentile difference.
And for the month of November, the median increase in salinity at Edmonton is 283.
I'm not sure which month. Could you repeat that?
In November, it says 283, so that's the median
Yeah.
increase in salinity.
Yes.
Okay. I think we can move on now, please. We go back to Mr. Singh's rebuttal testimony. Thank you. And go to page 87. Scroll down to paragraph 59. Thank you. So here you say that Dr. Paulson presented an analysis showing the effect of DCP operations on, and then we're going to have to scroll down a little bit more. Thank you. Freeport reverse flow duration and reverse flow distance. Looking at the figures, visually, it is clear that the DCP has little effect on those two parameters. What do you mean by visually it is clear?
If we can bring up that figure, I need to refresh my memory.
Of course. So SASD 14, please, at page 7. So the question again is what you meant when you said that visually it is clear that the DCP has little effect on Freeport reverse flow duration and reverse flow distance.
So when I'm comparing, say at the bottom chart in terms of frequency, so each of those plots or set of lines is showing distance and frequency with and without project. And looking visually at that figure, those two lines to me seem to be on top of each other, or there's a minimal difference. So that's what I meant.
Okay. If we could please go back to Mr. Singh's rebuttal testimony, and we can start on page 85. Thank you. So in revised figures 35 and 36 on pages 85 through 87, you present updated graphs for the reverse flow analysis using the 2040 and 2043 model run scenarios, correct? We can scroll down if that's helpful. Okay.
That is correct.
When counting the reverse flow events, which water years did you include in this analysis for the 2040 FEIR model runs?
So this was the whole, well, for FEIR runs. So FEIR runs was water year 22 to 2015.
And which water years did you include in this analysis for the 2043 CC50 and CC95 model runs?
So those model runs have extended period. So that's 100 years. So that's water year 22 to 2021, 1922 to 2021.
In addition to preparing these graphs, did you tabulate these results?
Yes, these graphs are based on the tabular data.
Have you provided that tabular data?
No, those tables I don't believe are as part of my testimony.
Could we request those tables? I assume it's a PRA request. I think that's how we've been handling this.
Yes, since you've made that verbally, we can.
Okay, thank you. If we could please go to page 87 and look at revised figure 36. Thank you. Can you tell, based on this figure, how many times the reverse flow events exceeded 1 mile for the base 43 CC 95 model scenario?
Could you repeat your question?
Yes. So based on this figure, can you tell me how many times the reverse flow events exceeded 1 mile for the base 43 CC 95 model scenario?
So, I can't read that number, but the purpose here was to show changes with and without project. And for, a stronger event like that, I see those lines, on top of each other. So that was mostly a visual analysis, but like I said, there is a data which will show a very small change.
Would you say that there's any uncertainty in trying to determine values visually from this graph?
To me, I mean, what I can see is that there's minimal to no changes, and I can make that conclusion based on looking at this visually.
Okay.
Remember, this is a 100-year simulation. So 100 years of reverse flows, the frequency is pretty small.
All right, we can move on now, please, to PDF page 90, table 9. Thank you. Great. So here you summarize the probability of daily flow at Sacramento River at Freeport for water years 1923 to 2022. And it appears that these results only include the updated baseline and DCP ITP model scenarios. Have you summarized results from any of the 2043 climate change model scenarios?
I have not summarized for 2043. The reason I have updated baseline and DCP ITP here, because this testimony is rebutting claims from Mr. Lund. And at that time, the model that was available was existing conditions in DCP ITP.
Okay. We could please go to the next page and paragraph 68. I'm going to switch gears to habitat restoration. Thank you. So here you cite 2 studies by papers, apologies, by Stark and Smulders, which analyze how marshes and wetlands affect tidal hydrodynamics in the Scheldt estuary as support for your conclusions about habitat restoration effects in the Delta. Does the Scheldt estuary have the same physical and hydrodynamic characteristics as the Delta?
No, I'll rely on Mr. Telovich or Dr. Telovich on this analysis.
Thank you.
The Scheldt doesn't. The Scheldt is a longer and more continuous estuary. In other words, it doesn't have the maze-like characteristics, but the estuarine axis is has the same reaction to restoration geometry. In fact, it's a fairly commonly the studies that are in the Delta almost always have the same finding that downstream expansion of tidal prism leads to this dampening upstream of tides.
You say almost always. Can you think of instances in which it reacts differently?
I cannot think of one where it has reacted differently, no.
Is there anything in the record I can look to that supports that statement?
In the record, I don't know that there is, but there are these 2 articles, including the Holloman et al., Holloman and Stacy, which does make that point, both in terms of how restoration area and just inundated area in general acts as an energy sink in the estuaries. So it has been studied and that it's been explained in terms of physics, and that's in the record.
Can you give me a little more information explaining how the Holloman and Stacy article represented the delta in their study?
They were focused downstream, and so there was mostly bay expansion there. The principle that's involved is always that you've got this expanded area, and that is an energy sink because increasing the water levels in these side areas is a sink for potential energy. You're raising the water level. And so it's a physical principle that I think is well understood, it's also been demonstrated as part of, for instance, Delta Science program studies on the effects of restoration in the Delta, but that's not in the record.
So the Holloman and Stacy study then did not examine the impacts of habitat restoration in the Delta, correct?
Correct.
And you have not looked at any studies that examine the impacts of habitat restoration on hydrodynamics, specifically within the Delta, correct?
No, I've participated in extensive studies that have shown this. They're just not in the record here. So an example would be absolutely. So this is the result that we got when we, in the Delta Science programs, salinity in drought program. It's also inherent in many of the EIRs for restoration around the Delta. Generally speaking, tides have been dampened upstream. There are furthermore studies that have been done by Research Management Associates, RMA, for the Delta Science program that also have reached similar conclusions.
Did you or anyone else at DWR conduct any modeling to evaluate the impacts of habitat restoration on Delta hydrodynamics?
I have done it multiple times. Are you talking, so there was no specific, as far as I'm sure, I know, there was no specific study in the Delta. I think I might actually pass back to Amardeep, or excuse me, to Mr. Singh, to follow on that to see if he knows that was of anything that was done for particularly for this. But I'm not sure whether you're talking about for this particular project or just whether there have been multiple studies done that show the effects of opening up habitat restoration.
I'm asking whether there's been any modeling specific to this project to evaluate the impacts of habitat restoration on Delta hydrodynamics.
For that, I have to pass back to Mr. Singh.
Yeah, so we don't have any with the DCP ITP criteria, any modeling that is looking at it, but I do recall discussions with Fish and Wildlife during ITP process. There was some analysis early based on whatever the criteria back then was, but again, it was not like extended for new ITP, but there were some analysis looking at flow reversals. But the main thing is that we didn't know where these restoration areas are going to be. So there were some preliminary discussions with as part of the ITP process.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Singh, do you know where in the Delta habitat restoration as part of the DCP might occur?
So I'm not an expert of that, or I can't talk about restoration and the location of that as it relates to DCP.
So you don't know whether any will occur upstream of Sac Sewer's discharge point?
Upstream of Sac Sewer, I don't believe so, but I'm not, like I said, I'm not an expert on that.
Okay. Thank you. That is all of my questions for Mr. Singh. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you.
It's quite a slog, but now you get a break. If I could turn to Dr. Priest, please. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could we please pull up DWR 514R? Thank you. And go to PDF page 32, the last paragraph. Great. So here you state that your method of calculating residence time is consistent with the strict definition. What is the strict definition of residence time?
Where, I'm sorry, can you point me to what line number you're looking at?
Let me, 38 to 39.
Yes, so that I'm citing two references there. The strict definition of residence time as presented by Lucas and Dearler Snyder, and I'm sorry, just one reference, that DWR 527. So they have a definition of residence time, and that is what I'm meaning there. It's consistent with their definition.
I would like to talk a little bit about it. Would it be helpful to you if we pulled up that exhibit so we could identify? Great, thank you. So DWR 527, I believe that it is on page 6.
And I do think I report earlier in that report how they say it.
Okay. I apologize if I'm not going to be able to point this out immediately, but would you agree that the strict definition of residence time that they use is essentially the time taken by a particle leaving a water body or a defined region of interest for the first time?
That sounds similar to how I remember it, yes. I'm not sure where you're looking at exactly, but
I think it will take us.
Okay.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. DWR did not use particle tracking to calculate residence times, correct?
That's correct.
And is it correct that DSM-2 can be used to simulate particle tracking?
That's my understanding, though Mr. Singh could discuss that in more depth.
I don't think we need to get in depth on this. Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could we please go back to 508R, page 14? Thank you. And then scroll down to lines 18 through 20. Perfect. So here you state that the residence time metric used in the DCP analysis captures the integrated influence of tidal oscillations on transport and flushing without the need to explicitly track each tidal excursion.
I see that.
Could you explain what you mean by the integrated influence of tidal oscillations on transport and flushing?
Yes, I can, and then the modelers may want to jump in to add to that. But this is talking about how the tides are moving, the tidal oscillations within the delta, and that the residence time modeling considered that as part of the residence time analysis when considering how long it takes 90% of the water to leave the subregion that was modeled. I can't hear you. You're muted.
Thank you. Could we please pull up another of her references, Monson et al. At DWR 521? Thank you. And we can go to PDF page 7 for reference if needed. Would you agree that the authors of this paper applied the strict definition of residence time we discussed previously based on the first time a particle left the water body of interest?
I do not recall the exact, if it was the first time or not in this specific paper. I think the point that is most important from all of this to be taken away is that it's not appropriate to use the whole delta residence time when evaluating cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms. And I brought these references in as examples of studies that are looking at regional or sub-regional residence times. And I'm using that to support the method that I chose to use in my testimony. And so that's the purpose of these papers, and explaining that the reference that Dr. Paulson relied on is not an authoritative reference for residence time in the delta, and that there are other ways to measure residence time in the delta. And there are other more relevant to cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom processes residence times to use in the delta, which is what I have used here. And here are some examples of some peer-reviewed literature sources that also support my analysis.
Okay. Could we scroll down a little bit, please, and look on the bottom right? Thank you. So it says that we're starting, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines up on the bottom right. This definition does not include a consideration of oscillating tidal transport of waters and scalars into and out of the lake over multiple tidal cycles. Do you agree with that statement? And by this definition, I believe it's referring to the residence time definition.
Yeah, so the residence, it looks like they define residence time as the time for a particle to leave Mildred Island once, and then assign values of residence time to that location of particle release. So that does seem consistent with the previous reference that you brought up.
And you agree with the statement that the definition does not include consideration of oscillating tidal transport?
I mean, that is how they used it. I don't think it was inappropriate that that was part of our residence time modeling, though, if that's what you're asking. I think it's appropriate to consider the tidal oscillations. This is a scientific study that they're conducting, and that's how they chose to model it. But I don't think it's wrong to include the oscillating tidal transport either.
Okay. If we could go to the next page, please, the top left. Thank you. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down, there's a statement beginning, therefore, the growth dynamics of a patch of phytoplankton in a tidal flow could be a strong function of the total amount of time spent in a particular, e.g. high growth environment. Did your residence time analysis capture the total amount of time phytoplankton would spend in the subregions you analyzed?
I would say not exactly, but it is a good surrogate for that. And so considering the tools that were available, this was the best available tool to comparatively determine a baseline condition, and then layering a project on that, how residence time would change. And then using literature and my own expertise on the biology and ecology of cyanobacteria, I was able to determine how any change in residence time may impact the growth or accumulation or aggregation of cyanobacteria in a specific area.
Okay. Did you determine whether channels immediately adjacent to the subregions you defined in your testimony were high growth environments?
So are you suggesting the channels around Mildred Island, for example, or what? I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
The channels around any of the defined subregions that you use as reference in your testimony. Did you determine whether any of those channels immediately adjacent to your subregions you defined were high growth environments?
So I chose the residence time modeling locations based on a history of where sampling for cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms has occurred in the Delta. And then I know that Discovery Bay, Stockton Waterfront are well-recognized areas for cyanobacteria growth. Mildred Island is another area. It doesn't tend to form scums like Discovery Bay and Stockton, but there are definitely cyanobacteria that can occur in that region. And so I chose to include the areas that have the most reported issues or have a history of reported issues with cyanobacteria and included those in my analysis.
Would you say that you believe that the algal cells that leave the subregions you defined flow immediately into lower growth regions?
I don't know if I can say that exactly for all of the locations, but I would say generally, I know that if a cell is leaving Stockton or Discovery Bay, which I don't really think all that many cells actually are due to the long residence times and little flushing that occurs in those areas. Those are definitely entering higher moving areas. Same with Mildred Island. If a cell were to escape Mildred Island, which again would be difficult because there's not a lot of entry and exit points into that area, it would be moving into a higher flowing body of water. And it's important to remember that just because a single cell, or some cells leave this area, there's no guarantee or that they're going to continue to grow, that there's going to be the conditions that allow them to aggregate and form these problematic blooms. These cells could settle into the sediment. They could die. They may not have the ability to aggregate into blooms outside of these kind of dead end channel areas. So I think the approach that I did is pretty good approach for, once again, comparing this project and no project impact in areas of high bloom concern.
Okay. Thank you. So I'd like to discuss a little bit more regarding DWR's residence time metric. Could we please bring up exhibit DPWA 4 and go to PDF page 79? Thank you. Perfect. So figure 23 was prepared using DSM-2 model output, showing a time series of tracer concentrations released at 2 channel locations corresponding to the San Joaquin River at Jersey Point subregion as defined by DWR. Did you or anyone else at DWR evaluate any time series of concentrations used to calculate the residence time metric as part of the CHABS analysis?
Mr. Singh, do you remember if we did that?
Could you repeat your question? I don't know if I followed the question.
Did anyone at DWR evaluate any time series of concentrations used to calculate the residence time metric as part of the CHABS analysis?
So the way the residence time was calculated was that, given area, all the channels are assumed a concentration and the time it takes to dissipate by 90%. So that is the analysis. So in addition to that, I'm not aware of any other concentrations or analysis that was done.
So there was no evaluation of time series of concentrations at a specific location?
No, not the time series of concentration. It was mostly looking at that metric that we used as 90%.
Okay. Dr. Priest, looking at this figure, what would you say approximately is how long the residence time would be using DWR's residence time metric at this location?
I'm not really familiar with this particular figure. This is not how the type of figure that I use to get our modeling results. So I don't want to say a number without having time to sit with it more.
Okay, that's fair. Would you expect that any algal cells that were originally in the region could return to the region after, say, 8 hours?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to, are we talking about the San Joaquin, New Jersey point in that region, or is this just a general question? I'm unclear.
Let's go general.
I mean, it's, a hydrodynamically complex system. There's tides and river flows, so it depends where we're talking about, but I'm not sure exactly how far each cyanobacteria cell is traveling. But I think kind of ignoring the basic biology here, which if a single cell leaves an area, it doesn't, if it comes back to the area, that doesn't mean it's immediately aggregating with these other cells there. We don't know what the exact conditions are. Are they favorable for a bloom to form at this location? Is the wind pushing them to all aggregate up against the shore? A few cells here and there leave. It just really doesn't impact a bloom forming. This is why we see the most severe blooms in these like dead end channel areas like Discovery Bay and at Stockton, where we're just not having a lot of water leaving because the water is still and holding there and retaining those cells.
So specifically to this region, would you expect that some algal cells could pass through the region multiple times over a period of more than, say, 8 days?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to the region that you're referring to.
I am referring to San Joaquin River at Jersey Point.
So there's multiple strains of microcystis in the delta, and they all recruit into the water column based on their own environmental cues. And so I don't know how many exactly, some cells that left the area originally would be alive 8 days later, if they would be able to continue competing with perhaps new strains of microcystis that are recruiting from the sediment because the environmental conditions have changed. I mean, these cells themselves may settle into the sediment, or they may die. I don't think it's biologically meaningful if some cells were hypothetically to re-enter the area 8 days later. I don't think it would have an impact on bloom conditions.
Is that conclusion based on the specific characteristics at this region? Or is it a general?
I would say generally, and this area is not generally experiencing severe blooms. This area, the cells are more generally mixed throughout the water column, and they just don't have that ability at this location to aggregate and form the problematic blooms that we see in dead end channels. And so if the cell were to re-enter it, it would be continuing to mix like all the other cells, and they'd be mixed throughout the water column, along with all of the other kind of caveats that I pointed out as well about the different genotypes or strains.
So you've, I think, stated a couple of times in this discussion that the types of algal cell movements that we're talking about, where they return to the region, or pass through the region multiple times would not necessarily lead to algal blooms, but wouldn't you need to know the specific conditions at the location to know whether those activities of the cells could lead to algal blooms?
Well, I think I have a fairly good understanding of how the different locations in the Delta present. I mean, this is highly dependent on environmental conditions on a particular day. That is constantly changing. It would depend on the water year type that we have. I mean, there's just so many factors to consider, but I just do not have a concern as a scientist that if if the cells leave the region, then we're just not concerned about a few of them potentially re-entering the region. It's not going to make the bloom worse. That's just not how cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms work. It's not going to make it worse.
If we could please go to Exhibit DWR 404. Thank you, and go to PDF page 26. I'd like to ask a few questions regarding this figure. So this figure identifies subregions labeled with thick black lines. And middle left-ish, I see Old River at Rock Slough and the label below Discovery Bay. I just want to confirm a few things. So your expert report presents modeling results for the channels around Discovery Bay. I don't see that marked on this map. Can you confirm that the large black dot to the left of the arrow for Discovery Bay is actually Discovery Bay?
Yeah, so the black dots represent the 3 open water bodies that were modeled.
Okay.
So that's Discovery Bay, and that's the green is actually channels around Discovery Bay, that black line. But Frank's Tract and Mildred Island and Discovery Bay were all open water bodies that were modeled as opposed to channels.
Okay. So the model results for the channels that are labeled Discovery Bay on this figure are presented in your report DWR 514R as the channels around Discovery Bay.
That's correct.
Thank you for confirming.
Yeah, I think it's just important, again, to point out that in these main channel environments, you may see some cyanobacteria, but once again, they're mixed throughout the water column. They're not really forming problematic blooms. We don't see high toxin concentrations in these main channel environments because they're just not providing the conditions that cyanobacteria like to form problematic blooms.
Okay. I want to confirm one other thing on this map, please, where it says Old River at Rock Slough. Am I correct that that is the channel with the yellow star on this figure?
Yes.
Great. How were these subregions delineated?
So I identified the regions that I wanted to include in the modeling, and I was hoping to have a similar kind of length of reach for each of them, but I worked closely with the modelers and looking at the DSM-2 grid and considered the local hydrology within each region in picking out exactly which nodes needed to be included in the residence time modeling. But the goal was to have similarly sized small regions, subregions.
Okay. So am I correct that according to DWR's residence time analysis, Discovery Bay and the channels around Discovery Bay are 2 distinct subregions?
That's correct. And that's also correct from a harmful algal bloom standpoint, because we see severe blooms in Discovery Bay and are much less likely to see blooms in the channels around Discovery Bay. as the residence time is much shorter in those regions, in the channels region.
I am correct, though, that Discovery Bay and the channels around Discovery Bay are connected, correct?
They are connected, but there's much greater flow in the channels around Discovery Bay than Discovery Bay itself, which has very little flushing with the
And
rest
when
of
water leaves the Discovery Bay subregion, where does it go?
it depends on when it leaves. There's tides, export pumping can impact the direction. So that's assuming that the cells kind of near the dead end part of the channel are leaving, and I haven't seen proof yet that the cells are leaving or that many of the cells are leaving into the channels. It's possible that some of them are, but the ones that are on the periphery of Discovery Bay, there's such little water movement. Haven't seen evidence that they're actually leaving those dead end areas. I'm sure some cells are leaving, like I said, that are closer to the channel, but the channels around Discovery Bay are not having the problematic blooms that Discovery Bay itself is having. So if some cells are leaving, then the environmental conditions in the channels just isn't conducive to them forming problematic blooms, which is why you don't have a lot of reports of toxins or severe blooms in those channels.
It is possible that particles can slosh back and forth between Discovery Bay and the Discovery Bay channels, though, correct?
I think I just covered that, but I can reiterate that I think in the interior portion of Discovery Bay, I don't know how many, if any, of those cells are actually leaving. I think in the area closer to the channels, there may be some cells that are leaving, but under existing or current conditions, those cells that are leaving are not then causing problematic blooms in the Discovery Bay channels, as far as I'm aware. And so that's because there's different environmental conditions in the two regions, which is why they were modeled separately.
You said that you haven't seen proof of the cells moving back and forth, correct? Between Discovery Bay and Discovery Bay channels. And you
I'm
can
just
clarify if
relying,
I'm misstating.
I personally have not conducted modeling to
Mhm.
see that those cells are leaving. I have just recently participated in a study in the Stockton area that modeled if cells at the end of the Stockton channel were leaving the area, because originally I did hypothesize that they were, and we found through that modeling, and this is a report that was just submitted very recently to the water board, that the cells are not leaving that dead end portion of Stockton waterfront. And so I think my current hypothesis is they're not leaving the interior portions of Discovery Bay either.
Do you track the movement of cells at all at Discovery Bay then?
I'm sorry, if the witness could finish her statement before we ask another question, that would be appreciated.
Do you have something to add, Dr. Priest?
Well, I was just explaining that we have recently conducted modeling to look specifically at if cells are leaving the Stockton waterfront. This is a new study since I've turned in my testimony. We just wrapped it up. And the cells are not leaving the interior portion of the Stockton channel into the greater delta. And so my current hypothesis is that they also are not leaving the interior of Discovery Bay because they're trapped in there. And once again, I'm not saying that particles near the channel aren't leaving. That's certainly possible, but they're not contributing to nuisance blooms upstream or downstream of Discovery Bay. I don't think. That's my professional opinion.
Is that opinion based on similar characteristics between Discovery Bay and the area at Stockton your study focused on?
In the sense that both have very long water residence times. There's these dead end kind of channel areas of the delta. They experience much warmer water temperatures than the surrounding channels. So in that sense, there are similarities. And both of those areas are well recognized for having harmful algal bloom issues.
So theoretically, if you were to combine the subregions of Discovery Bay and the channels around Discovery Bay, how would you expect that would impact the residence time for the combined subregion?
I wouldn't do that because that wouldn't make sense. The residence time in the Discovery Bay channels is far, far shorter than Discovery Bay, and they are not experiencing the same conditions that Discovery Bay is experiencing. Like I just mentioned, the very long residence time, the very warm temperatures, and that's why those areas are not having the problematic blooms that Discovery Bay is having. So I would not, it'd be against my advice to combine them.
Okay. We can move back, please, to Dr. Priest's testimony at 508R. Great. And let's go to page 15, the top half. Great. So you state that even if water or individual cyanobacterial cells re-enter a subregion through tidal sloshing, that does not necessarily mean that they continue to grow or contribute meaningfully to a bloom, and that growth of cyanobacteria depends on favorable conditions. You give a few examples, including water column stability. Can you clarify what you mean by water column stability here?
Yes, so this is exactly like Discovery Bay example that we were just discussing. In the interior portion of that water is still, it's not moving. It has, although the tides may influence, it's not sloshing at all. It's just very calm and still. And that is a perfect environment for cyanobacteria to grow and aggregate. And that is why you see blooms in those areas.
How long after leaving a subregion with favorable growth conditions, as you describe here, would it take to terminate the continued growth of algal cells?
I would need a lot more information to answer that question.
What kind of information would be relevant?
Well, I would need to know the temperature, the stability of the adjacent region, the wind speed, numerous environmental conditions to be able to answer that.
Could you estimate, based on just your experience, whether it would take shorter than or longer than a day, generally?
I just don't have enough information to answer the hypothetical.
If conditions were such that they were extremely disfavorable to growth, how quickly do you think could be the shortest amount of time it would take to terminate growth?
It could be immediate.
And if conditions were on the higher end, maybe not necessarily favorable to growth, but not too far from it, what do you think is the longest it could take?
I don't want to speculate. I'd just be a guess. And I don't know because there's so many things to consider.
Okay.
I don't feel comfortable making such a
Understood.
guess.
If we could please go back to DWR 404. Thank you. We can go to PDF page 16, figure CHAB 1. Thank you. So here you have ranked low, medium, high, or none in terms of risk categories for HABs, correct? Or microcystic occurrence, apologies. Is that correct?
Yeah, this was based on the Microcystis Visual Index, and if there had ever been a single report of a high, medium, or low report of cyanobacteria. And if you scroll down, I have added some additional figures that I think, here, this one. This is a better representation, I think, of how to consider that. So this is once again the Microcystis Visual Index scores, and so that's a scale of 1 to 5 on how much microcystis is in the water. 1 means that microcystis is absent. 5 means that there's a scum layer, and then 3 and 4 just that there's high levels. So because there are very few reports of level 5, there are very few reports of scum. So that is figure B on the right-hand side. That's levels 4 and 5. So the highest concentrations of microcystis, and you can see that Stockton really stands out with the red. That has the greatest reports of that number 5 and some 4s. And then kind of over by Mildred Island, there are some 4s, it looks like, as well. And then on the left, this is a figure that includes those level 3s as well. So just kind of I would say that's like a medium amount of microcystis. So the cells can still occur there, but they're not forming those problematic blooms like you see in the right-hand figure. And so you can see that that does cover more of the delta. So there's definitely cyanobacteria in many channels of the delta, but they aren't forming these toxic nuisance blooms, except in kind of the more dead-end peripheral areas. And unfortunately, we don't have the Microcystis Visual Index for Discovery Bay. And so you don't see any dot on Discovery Bay right now, but that's just simply because there's not a routine monitoring program at that site.
I'm sorry, can I cut in, please? I would like to go back to the previous figure. Thank you. I appreciate your explanation of those figures, but I do have a few questions regarding this figure. Would you agree that there are medium to high points identified on this figure that are not identified in the subregions you used in your CHAB analysis?
Sorry, for clarity, I'm confused how this ties back to Dr. Priest's rebuttal testimony, because this is her previous CHAB report. Is there a particular question as it relates to her existing rebuttal testimony?
Will you connect that for me, please, Ms. Moskal?
I suppose we can just move on. I believe that there is a link, but I don't have it directly in front of me. Okay, if we could go back to 508R. So we discussed earlier that growth of algal cells can be disrupted or terminated very quickly after leaving an area with favorable growth conditions. If that is the case, then how could blooms occur outside of the subregions you have identified that have favorable growth conditions?
I don't understand the question.
So would you agree that your exhibits, including the last one, identified areas in which blooms may occur or be at high risk of occurring outside of the subregions you have identified as having favorable growth conditions?
So the visual index maps that we just looked at shows that microcystis can occur in many channels of the delta, but they're not forming the problematic blooms. A majority of the time, they're not forming blooms, as far as I'm aware, and all of the science that I looked at outside of these kind of peripheral dead end type channels. And so yes, cells can occur in multiple channels of the delta, and I do not think it is a concern if they're moving around through these main channel environments that have flow and velocity and are mixing the water column and causing these cells to be kind of distributed across the water column, as opposed to having that stable water column that we discussed earlier, like we see in Discovery Bay, that provides a good environment for the blooms or the cells to aggregate and then form a bloom. And I think the regions that I chose for my residence time are a good representation of various areas across the Delta, and it was a good way to compare how the Delta Conveyance project could impact residence time relative to baseline conditions at a variety of different locations.
Do you think that it would take longer or shorter than a tidal cycle for Hab cells to terminate growth after leaving an area that has favorable growth conditions?
This goes back to the hypothetical that you asked earlier, then I still don't feel comfortable answering the question. There's too many other factors to consider. It's not as simple as a number that you're asking for.
Okay. This is going to get into the same question a little bit as well, but you have offered the opinion that even if water or individual cyanobacterial cells re-enter a subregion through tidal sloshing, that does not necessarily mean they continue to grow or contribute meaningfully to a bloom. Could you just clarify exactly what types of conditions or circumstances under which cells exiting a subregion and then returning would stop growing?
So you're asking if the cell left and came back, why would it stop growing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I did touch on this earlier, but there's multiple strains and genotypes or genotypes of microcystis in the Delta. I'm aware of at least 36 plus different genotypes. They all recruit according to their own environmental cues. So by the time that cell came back, maybe there would be other strains that were out competing it, or other phytoplankton species that are out competing it. And that cell may not be able to grow. The wind direction or speed may have changed to not allow it to aggregate with the other cells. There's so many different environmental conditions that could change that there's no guarantee that that cell would continue to be growing. I don't know what condition it was in when it even left the subregion. Maybe it was about to die already. So that's a few examples.
Thank you. So would you agree that water temperatures can vary from one subregion of the Delta to another?
Yes.
Have you presented in any of your testimony or exhibits what the water temperature on average is in your Discovery Bay subregion?
We could scroll to the temperature plots and I could show you all of the locations that I assessed. I think it's quite clear that every location that I assessed for temperature, there's no change from the project compared to existing or baseline conditions. The project's doing nothing that would cause water temperatures to change in the Delta.
Do you have the site in your testimony to the plot of the temperature differences?
The exceedance plots, it's in 514R.
If we
I
could please
believe
go
it
to
begins
514.
on PDF page 59, Ms. Moskal.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. If we could go to that page.
So each of these exceedance plots shows the daily average temperature. I also have maximum temperature above in tables, but daily average temperature by month within each of the regions. So June through November. So there are 6 exceedance plots per site, June through November being the season that was identified as being most problematic for harmful algal blooms in the Delta.
Does the record contain any evidence of the variance of nutrient concentrations across the subregions you defined?
Yes, my original testimony, as well as the environmental impact report, does use some mass balance calculations of source water to look at nutrients in different locations based on the project.
Okay, thank you. If we could please go back to DWR 508R and go to page 17. And scroll down, please. Perfect, thank you. So I'm looking at opinion 6 on lines 21 to 23. Did you or anyone else at DWR conduct any modeling analysis in the FEIR or related to the FEIR preparation to investigate the impacts of the DCP on Clifton Court Forebay residence time?
I did not.
Do you know whether anyone else did at DWR?
I'm not. I don't know if anyone else did.
Mr. Singh, is this something you could chime in on potentially? I can repeat the question if that would be helpful.
Yeah, could you repeat that? So, yeah.
Yes, I'm curious whether anyone at DWR conducted any modeling analysis in preparing the FEIR to investigate the impacts of the DCP on Clifton Court Forebay residence time.
No, so all the residence time calculations were done, at least the modeling was done in coordination with Dr. Priest and the locations that she was showing in the map. So there was no additional locations that were analyzed.
So it would be accurate then to say that the effects of Clifton Court Forebay residence time were also not modeled in the updated baseline DCP, ITP, or 2043 climate change scenarios?
Yes, the location hasn't changed since the EIR.
Okay, so just to be crystal clear, at this point, DWR still has not conducted any of its own modeling analysis of residence time impacts to Clifton Court Forebay.
Asked and answered twice.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll move on. Do you agree, Dr. Priest, with Dr. Paulson's conclusion that monthly residence times in Clifton Court Forebay would be higher under the DCP scenario than under the no project alternative for both the 2020 and 2040 conditions?
I don't recall about every month, but I know that there was a very slight increase in residence time in some months under the DCP compared to the different baselines. Yep. Yes.
Is it your opinion that an increase of 2 days in residence time in Clifton Court Forebay would not be sufficient to alter cyanobacterial growth dynamics?
Objection. Incomplete hypothetical.
Which part, Ms. Morris?
Well, there's many factors and temperature, residence time. There's other things that I'm not qualified to opine on, but it's missing all kinds of parts to be able to answer the question. That's what I know.
Well, I think, okay, please, Ms. Moskal.
All other factors remaining equal, if residence time increased by 2 days in Clifton Court Forebay, is it your opinion that that increase would not be sufficient to alter cyanobacterial growth dynamics?
Objection. That's an unrealistic hypothetical.
Well, I'm going to ask Dr. Priest to answer based on your expertise, Dr. Priest.
So I just want to clarify that I'm not saying there may not be a little bit more growth if there's a 2-day increase in residence time. That's possible. There's possible that some additional cells will grow, but I don't think because there's already a 2-week long residence time at that location, I don't think a day or two more of residence time is going to make the bloom sufficiently worse than it would occur under existing or baseline conditions. And I don't think it would make it last any longer than it would. So I don't see it as being a significant impact having a day or two increase in residence time.
How many days would you expect would be sufficient to have a significant impact?
I don't have enough information to answer that today.
Okay. So looking a little higher up on the page, with respect to Clifton Court Forebay, starting at line 15, you state that the DCP does not create a mechanism to increase residence time beyond existing Forebay operational controls. Do you agree that residence times in the Forebay depend on the flow rate of water being exported from the Forebay?
Yeah, it's a function of how much water is flowing in and as well as flowing out of the forebay.
And do you agree that exports from the South Delta under the State Water Project are lower for the DCP model scenarios compared to the no project model scenarios?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to time, year, water year type.
Dr. Priest, do you need that level of specificity to answer the question?
Yes, I'm not sure exactly what Ms. Moskal is referring to, or what plots, or that information is not contained in my testimony.
Are you aware of any modeling results evaluating with DCP conditions in which State Water Project exports from the South Delta through banks are lower than the no project model scenarios?
I haven't reviewed those.
Okay, then we can please go over to Exhibit DPWA4. Ms. Mullen, thank you. And go to PDF page 33. So here we can compare the values in the blue bars, State Water Project parentheses banks, which are smaller for the DCP scenarios compared to the no project scenarios, looking at alternative 5 versus existing condition, and DCP ITP versus baseline, which I believe is in a separate figure on a different page, so we will just skip that. So here, do you agree that the values in the blue bars are smaller for the DCP scenarios compared to the no project scenarios?
This is the first time that I'm looking at this figure. I haven't reviewed this figure before.
Well, I will represent to you that based on the modeling results, it looks like under 2020 conditions, exports by the State Water Project from banks are at 2.29 and existing condition 2.48. And under 2024, alternative 5 shows 2.24 and the future condition baseline is 2.14, apologies, and existing condition is 2.24.
Okay.
So returning to my question, if DCP operations do result in lower State Water Project exports out of Clifton Court Forebay, would you expect that to cause residence times in the Forebay to increase?
Objection as to relevance. These are long-term averages. They do not define the months. They do not define the water year types. They're looking at a long-term average. And in terms of HAB development in Clifton Court Forebay, those would be critical items to provide the witness to answer this hypothetical.
I'm going to overrule it and allow Dr. Priest to explain her response on this, if you're able to answer, Dr. Priest.
I don't remember what the question is.
So if DCP operations result in lower State Water Project exports out of Clifton Court Forebay, would you expect that to cause residence times in the Forebay to increase?
So I did review the residence time modeling that was provided by Dr. Paulson, and I do feel qualified to comment on that, not this plot though that I haven't seen before. And there's very small increases in residence time under the project compared to the existing or baseline conditions. The biggest increase was that 2 days that we just discussed. And I mentioned it's possible that there may be some additional growth, but I don't think it would rise to the level of being a much more severe bloom than what would occur under existing conditions. And just knowing, looking at thinking of the history of toxins in Clifton Court Forebay, microcystins, they're very low at that location and have been even when blooms have been observed. So I do not think up to 2 days of increased residence time is going to make blooms more severe at that location.
Okay. If we could return to 508R, please. Page 18. Thank you. And scroll down to paragraph 42. So here you state that Dr. Paulson's reliance on the non-project North Delta diversion priority scenario further represents project effects, as that scenario does not reflect how the DCP would be operated. Can you explain what your understanding is of the North Delta diversion priority scenario?
That's not the project, so I don't feel qualified to speak about that. I could have Mr. Singh could provide some additional information on it.
I don't think that we need to. Thank you, though. Can I ask, who at DWR have you discussed DCP operations with to form the basis for your testimony?
Where in testimony are we talking about Dr. Priest talking about operations?
So she indicated that the North Delta diversion priority scenario is not the project. I am building some foundation for additional questions I would like to ask regarding her understanding of whether the North Delta diversion priority scenario will be a part of project operations.
Please, Dr. Priest.
So I've talked to Mr. Singh about the fact that that is not the project.
Okay. So would you agree with a statement made by Carrie Buckman, who's the environmental program manager for the DCP, that some of DWR's modeling shows that there could be months or years without being able to divert in the South Delta at all?
Objection, lacks foundation, assumes facts not in evidence.
I think we need a refresh. If you want to ask that question, Ms. Moskal, I think we need that refresher where that statement was made.
So during the February 23rd Delta Stewardship Council hearing on DWR's certification of consistency with the Delta plan, Ms. Buckman stated that some of our modeling shows that we could be months or years without being able to divert in the South Delta at all.
So Ms. Moskal, do you have that in writing? I mean, is that an exhibit? Are you offering an exhibit on cross that we can look at? This is your representation of a statement that was made.
This is my representation. Yes.
I'm not going to allow that question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I ask Dr. Priest if you are aware of modeling by DWR showing that there could be months or years in which DWR would not be able to divert from the South Delta?
I'm not aware of that.
Could I actually also ask this question to Mr. Singh?
Yeah. So your question is there, could you repeat your question, please?
Yes. Are you aware of modeling done by DWR that shows that there could be months or years in which DWR would not be able to divert in the South Delta?
I'm not aware of any modeling where there's no diversions.
Okay. If we could please pull up an exhibit I provided yesterday, DPWA 41, the operations fact sheet.
And Ms. Moskal, can we do a quick time check? I'm just trying to figure out when our mid-morning break would be appropriate.
We are getting close, actually. I
Okay.
think that probably powering through makes sense, unless people would like a breather. I think
No, I
maybe
think, well,
15
Dr.
more
Pri-
minutes.
Dr. Priest, are you okay for 15 more minutes? I should ask you. You're on the spot.
Yeah.
You're on mute, Dr. Priest.
15 more minutes is fine.
Great, thank you. I appreciate your patience. So if we could please go to page 2 of this fact sheet. And I should ask, have you seen this fact sheet before yesterday?
No.
Okay. So as I discussed with Mr. Singh yesterday, the fact sheet states that DWR may shift a portion of the state water project diversions from the South Delta to the North Delta if it improves water quality management. Would that not mean that flows out of Clifton Court Forebay would be reduced?
Objection, Lax Foundation. The witness said she's not familiar with this.
We can treat it as a hypothetical. If DWR were to shift a portion of state water project diversions from South Delta to North Delta to improve water quality management, would you agree that that would increase residence times in Clifton Court Forebay?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
If overruled, if you can answer, Dr. Priest.
So I presented in my testimony all the modeling that I'm aware of that looks at residence time under the project as proposed compared to baseline conditions. And then I also reviewed Dr. Paulson's residence time modeling that she provided, which included the project and existing conditions. And I don't see why residence times would be much, if any, different than what was presented by Dr. Paulson in her testimony for the Clifton Court Forebay, and then also I stand by the modeling results and residence time that I presented in my testimony. And so I don't see why any of that would change, since that's all based on the project as proposed.
Okay. So I would like to talk a little bit more, and this is our last topic, about your subregions that you use in your rebuttal testimony. You did not designate a residence time subregion that includes Stockton's intake location, correct?
Well, I did Empire Tract, or I think I called it Venice Island in my testimony. And I did the Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel, which that area is recognized as a harmful algal bloom hotspot. So I did conduct residence time in the general area. Residence time modeling and analysis in the general area.
The general area, but not specifically the intake location for Stockton.
Well, the Venice Island, if it's not the exact intake location, is very close to it.
Okay, and you mentioned CHAB hotspots. Did you designate subregions that cover all CHAB hotspots?
So as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, I used historical monitoring and then my own knowledge of the Delta to identify regions. And I wanted to make sure that my regions covered a good geographical area of the Delta. And so I think that the regions that I chose and incorporated into my analysis do a good job of representing different waterways in the Delta, including some of the most severe cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom hotspots, or most well-recognized hotspots.
And what exactly is a cyanobacteria hotspot, as you're using the term?
So I would say it's something that we use in the cyanobacteria community. I don't know that it has a formal definition, but it's commonly used among scientists that work on harmful algal blooms in the Delta. And it's areas that are known to have dense scums of cyanobacteria that form on the surface, and that they occur on the surface in multiple years. And these are often associated with the highest microcystin or toxin concentrations.
Okay. How did you determine, for purposes of your testimony, where these hotspots are located?
So, as I mentioned, Discovery Bay and Stockton are well-recognized cyanobacteria hotspots. In the Delta, if you were to ask anyone that worked on cyanobacteria in the Delta, those are the two top locations that people would list for you. So it's just well understood in the scientific community in the Delta that those are hotspots.
So is there anywhere I could look in your testimony or anywhere else in the hearing exhibits for data that support those determinations?
I do have some papers that I have published on the Stockton waterfront, and I think one of them may even have the word hotspot in its title. Those are all part of the record.
Okay, thank you. If we could please go to exhibit DWR 502. Thank you, and go to PDF page 11. And scroll down to the second figure, please. Are you familiar with this figure?
Yes.
Thank you. So do you understand this figure to show how the proposed DCP will affect the source water composition at the San Joaquin River at Empire Tract?
Correct.
And do you see that in every month except for June, the monthly average percentage of Sacramento River, which is the green bar, decreases as a result of DCP implementation, while the percentage of San Joaquin River water increases relative to existing conditions?
See that?
We can go back to your report if it's helpful, but I will represent to you that you state that importantly, the DCP does not modify flows in the San Joaquin River. Based on this figure, would you agree that the DCP does modify the composition of water at Stockton's intake?
The project does not modify flows in the San Joaquin River, and that is true. I don't think I ever said anywhere that it doesn't impact the source waters, though that's different. So there are slight changes in source waters, very small changes, actually, looking at this figure again for the first time in a while. Looks like less than 1% changes.
How would changing, sorry, are you done?
Yes.
Thank you. How would changing the source water composition here impact the probability of CHAP occurrence at this location?
So this information was used to look at if nutrients changed much at this location due to the differences in source water, and we found that there was no substantial change in nutrients. So that's one way that you would use this figure.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Priest. That concludes my questions for this panel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moskal. Thank you, Dr. Priest. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we will return at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Excellent, thank you. And Ms. Carroll?
Yes, I just wanted to confirm who we have coming up and the time estimates, and I just wanted to check and see if there were any additional protestants that wanted to conduct cross-examination. My list has CDWA and SDWA coming up next for an hour, followed by CSPA for half an hour, Contra Costa for 2 hours, and then Miss Desjardins for 2 hours. Also, I have listed our CWIN for 15 minutes and Baykeeper for 30 minutes.
I will look, I know we may not have everyone on now, but I will look to the room. Are there any, for those of us who are in the room, are there any additions to that list or modifications to the estimates? Sounds like that's, at least for now, what we have.
Okay, I saw Mr. Moore on earlier this morning, so I just wanted to check if he was adding on to the list.
I don't see him here now, so that sounds like we don't know. But we can check in as we move through. We can, if Mr. Moore rejoins us, we can check in with him. Thank you. Then with that, I believe we are turning to Mr. Reese. So I will, if Mr. Reese, if you don't mind raising your virtual hand, we will elevate you. Good morning, Mr. Reese.
Good morning.
And I understand that you have questions for this panel of witnesses.
I do have some questions, and I wasn't in the room when Ms. Carroll asked her question. So Ms. Moskow asked quite a few of the questions I had with regard to some of the modeling testimony. So I'll try not to repeat that, but I do have some questions, and there'll be some overlap, but I think it reduces my time estimate probably to a half an hour or so.
Excellent. Thank you. And please, when you're ready.
Okay. These questions are for Dr. Priest. Based on what I also heard earlier, there may be a question there for, is it Dr. Atilevich or Mr.?
Doctor, but
okay. In any regard,
I'm flexible.
Good morning.
Morning.
Again, these are mostly for Dr. Singh, and I have a series of questions regarding modeling artifacts, and Ms. Moskow covered some of those, but I do have some follow-up. I believe there was some responsive testimony today regarding how modeling artifacts are documented, and I believe it was Dr. or Mr. Atilevich said he just knows when he sees them, and he takes notes as he's going. Is that correct?
That's incorrect. That was Mr. Fitzhugh.
That was me, and I can.
I'm
provide
sorry,
a little
I'm
more
mixing up,
detail.
Doctor. I'm sorry, Mr. Fitzhugh. I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting that. That would have been problematic. Yeah, Mr. Fitzhugh, what did you mean by that?
Yeah, let me clarify a little. I mean, some of it is certainly based on having an understanding of how the system operates and whether the model is producing results that seem reasonable. But a lot of it is more kind of factually based in terms of reviewing the results. And I can give you an example. I think it's probably the easiest way to do this is, so like I talked about reservoir balancing as one of the kind of ways in which the model can produce large differences in certain time steps. Another phenomena that can happen that most calcium modelers are familiar with is that there's an ANN which is used to compute salinity in the delta, and that gets translated into outflow requirements that are used to meet D1641 standards. The ANN it replicates DSM2 results. So very occasionally throughout the model run, usually not more than a few months in the run, if you compare two different studies, and that's the context for this, comparing two different studies in a comparative analysis. So you can get a few months throughout the model run where that outflow requirement to meet a certain salinity standard can be drastically different. And this is something, it's something to do, I don't know all the details, but it's something that to do with how the ANN works. Sometimes it can just produce some kind of non-linear results. And it can produce this very large difference in, say, outflow required to meet rock sloosh salinity, and that can propagate into releases from reservoirs and changes in exports that can show up in the impact analysis. So like the way that I identify whether that makes sense or not and whether that's a modeling artifact is to go back and look at the way that the ANN works is it translates prior month operations into the salinity calculations and salinity target. So the way I go back and assess if that's a modeling artifact or not is basically go back and look at the prior month operations. And if I'm seeing that the operations are in the delta are basically identical in the prior months, and then you see a very large change in 1 month, that's a pretty good sign that that's an artifact having to do with this issue with ANN.
Okay. And when you say if you see a very large change, what are you referring to as a very large change?
Thousands of CFS different, 5,000 CFS different, say, in the outflow. I mean, I'm just roughly saying this here because there isn't really like a true criteria, but yeah, 5 or 10,000 difference in like the outflow requirement needed to meet a certain salinity standard.
Okay. And there you're talking about outflow. What about with respect to analyzing the effects of salinity or salinity concentrations? When you're looking at the model output, is there a way you determine if there's a modeling artifact occurring or if it's an impact with regard to analyzing salinity concentrations, let's say, well, just say in the delta overall for now?
So let's see, I just need to understand the question. So you're asking if I see a change in salinity and then how I determine if that's something real versus a modeling artifact?
That's even a better question. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's what I just kind of described is, you look through and evaluate the prior operations and see if it makes sense that you would have this very large change. Because yes, you could have a very large change in those outflow requirements due to major differences in prior month operations. But if you're not seeing that, and often you can sometimes see operations that are practically identical, and then you'll see this big change. And I just want to emphasize, I mean, this is very infrequent. This will be like a few, 2 or 3 months in an entire model run, but it does happen.
And how do you chronicle those or record what you deem as modeling artifacts?
I mean, I keep track of them myself when I'm doing model review. It's not something we typically. Well, I mean, it depends. I have documented those kinds of things in reports. Like if I had I can't say that there's any DCP report where I've done it, but I have done it in other types of reports. If you're showing some graphs or information that are affected by that kind of artifact, I do try to document it if it's significant enough.
Okay. And you say you haven't done any, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you said you haven't documented any artifacts in any reports for DCP. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I don't believe so.
Okay. And why is that the case?
Because of the way we look at the results, the way we present the results should remove the effects of those artifacts. So we look at long-term statistical measures of the results. We look at water year type and month averages, and that's the reason for analyzing results in that way is it removes the effect of those kind of single month artifacts.
All right. In terms of report, well, let me back up. Is there any resource or technical memorandum or something that you or the DWR relies on or refers to determine what constitutes a modeling artifact versus an effect or an impact?
I don't know of any report like that.
So is it fair to say it's just something that that you feel comfortable deeming as an artifact based on your experience?
Yeah, that's correct.
And is that true also for you, Dr. Singh?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking at the model, the way we look at it model, because this is, like Mr. Fitzy was saying, he has years of experience working with these models, and he has knowledge in terms of what can happen. So typically, we are not looking at each and every month or each and every day and comparing results and see what's modeling artifact and what's real. So the way we are using these results is more appropriate way of looking at exceedance plots and averages.
Okay. And I don't mean to belabor this, but is there any documentation of modeling artifacts for this analysis being the DCP analysis for salinity concentrations in the South Delta or for the analysis of water levels?
I do not have any documentation because mostly, like I said, the way we use these models are exceedance plots and averages. So we didn't really, document or go into each and every month and time step to look at modeling artifacts.
If you did go into each and every month to look at the effects of the project, would that result in artifacts?
I would not recommend doing that because that is not appropriate to look at each and every time step or a month by month comparison.
And it's not appropriate because it would result in artifacts or impacts.
Because it's not appropriate use of models. These models are generalized representations. In addition to artifacts, there's also within, as the model is progressing, beginning of each month, there's different initial antecedent conditions. None of, some of them could not be just project only effects. So it's best to look at the whole simulation period with and without project separately and look at exceedance probabilities.
Okay. And I think this has been brought up before, but I still want to refer you to your testimony on page 3, line 17, and that's where you say, because I just have a couple follow-up questions based on this, so I'm going to just read it here. You say results of CalSim3 and also models such as DSM2, when CalSim3 results are used as inputs, are only reliable when using statistical representations such as exceedance plots or averages of multiple months. For example, averaging by month and water year type. So, is there something or a source or technical source that you pull that information or that quote from? I mean, or what do you base that on specifically?
That is based on modeling experience, not just my modeling experience, but working with the modeling team and other models, and how knowing the models and what their limitations are and how they should be used. And that has been well documented in our EIR in terms of what the appropriate use of model is. There was also a panel in this hearing that talked about it. And if you look at past planning studies, that's how we use these models.
And so you also take issue with, in your testimony, you take issue with some of the, the protestants modelers in terms of the approach they have taken. And let's see, yeah, this has been brought up before, but at page 4, you opine that, some of the protestants incorrectly applied model results to their testimony. And I have some specific questions about your critique of Mr. Burke, but is it correct that none of the protestants modelers that you take issue with only use statistical representations such as exceedant plots or averages of multiple months as the basis for their opinions?
Could you repeat that? There was a long
Yeah,
question.
yeah, sorry. You take issue with the approach that Protestants modelers took, and you say they've inappropriately analyzed the modeling results. And what I'm asking you is, and you say that because, in contrast to that, you say these models are only reliable if they only use statistical representations such as exceedant plots or averages of multiple months. And I'm asking you, since the Protestants modelers didn't take that approach, just as a rule, in your opinion, that means their testimony and their results are not reliable. Is that correct?
No, I was pointing out specific examples where different Protestants, they presented results where they did time step by time step comparison, whether it's 15-minute in case of South Delta or monthly within our project. And I was just pointing that out, that type of analysis is not appropriate in my opinion. And any statements or conclusions that are made based on that or any analysis that is presented, in my opinion, is not appropriate and flawed.
All right, I appreciate that. But when you say that there's only really one way here, one approach to achieve reliable analysis, then my question is, well, do you have an opinion then if there is, unless a modeler or a Protestant analyzing this project, unless they took the exact approach that you define here, then their testimony or their analysis is by definition unreliable?
Objection, misstates testimony. Mr. Reese, can you point to where in the testimony you're asking about? This is a very vague and broad question.
Well, I'm just asking him generally. He says very clearly that results of CalSim-3 and also models such as DSM-2 when CalSim-3 results are used as inputs are only reliable when using statistical representations such as exceedance plots of multiple months. So my question is, since that's the only reliable way of analyzing the modeling data, unless a Protestant, unless the modeler that's challenging or analyzing what DWR is doing, unless they take that approach, then it wouldn't be reliable.
I can give an example where that is the case.
I'm sorry, Dr. Telovich, we can't hear you very well. I think your microphone may not be on. Or maybe move it closer to your mouth.
Can you hear me now? I hear an echo.
A little bit. You're somewhat faint,
Okay.
so now you're gone. Now nothing. No. No. Before we had something, so I may
Hello?
have. There we go.
Okay.
Now
I think
you're
it was
there.
just the quality of the connection. I'm sorry. Well, I was going to say that I can give an example where such an approach would be clearly, wrong in a sense. Let's say that you're doing a 15-minute analysis and you're talking about the comparing low tides. And you just took exactly the same signal and you shifted it to the right by 2 hours. So you just have a small difference in timing. Now the lows wouldn't align in time anymore. So you'd have a low aligning with a high, or a medium, and a medium aligning with a low. The highs would do the same thing, and you would get a series of differences, even though all that's happened is that the two signals have moved a little bit with respect to one another. So if you do that, then you're going to get a noisy, peppered series of differences, but they're not what's going to be of concern to any water user, because they're just going to be concerned about the distributions of highs and lows. How low does the low get? That type of a thing. And so that's a good example of how I think it's a vivid example of how aligning things point-wise in time before you do the comparison can cause you to compare things that really should never be compared. Mr. Singh's analysis in that same instance was to look at the daily low and then do statistics of the daily low. So you're actually comparing, let's say, how the project does or doesn't affect low tide. And that's a fair comparison. So time alignment, I think, is usually the main issue in this case, because if things slightly shift but have the same character, they have the same distribution, but they've been shifted a little bit, or there's a few areas where things went up and a few where they went down, that isn't a project effect. It's not a change in the distribution of outcomes, and it's important to convey that when you're conveying results.
I appreciate that. Did any particular protestant do that analysis that you were just describing?
Yes, in fact, I think my recollection is that Thomas Burke from South Delta Water Agency presented a 15-minute time series of differences on water levels.
Okay, we'll get to that in a moment. But I'm really not trying to be cute or sarcastic here. My question is for Dr. Singh, in response to his very clear statement in terms of the only way that these modeling results can be accurate, then is, again, unless the statistical representation approach is used as Dr. Singh describes, using long-term averages and exceedance plots, unless that's the approach, then it would be your opinion that any other approach used by any other modelers would be non-reliable by rule, correct?
Well, I'm just giving examples as long-term averages or exceedance plots. But if some other modeler wants to come up with a process where they're not comparing time step by time step, that's totally okay. Only point that I'm trying to make here, in my opinion, is that doing these model comparisons on a time step by time step without project is not appropriate. And I'm just giving an example is using exceedance plots or, differences in average monthly with and without project is appropriate.
Okay. And referring to page 6 of your testimony, and again, I'm not trying to belabor these points, but I do have to ask them just so I have a record here.
Are we able to have Ms. Mullen pull up DWR 123R on page 6? It looks like Mr. Ruiz is going to.
We can. Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
Thank you. You say here, in my opinion, the DWR method of computing and presenting summary statistics of exceedances probabilities with and without project and then computing differences, exceedances is not flawed. And what, again, for the record, is there some DWR modeling journal or publication that I can refer to or that we can refer to that states that?
So in terms of, you said any documentation that says those methods are appropriate? I'm sorry, could you repeat
Are not
that?
flawed.
are not flawed. So again, like I said, I mean there is been multiple studies and reports where calcium has been used in the past, and in terms of appropriate use of the model results, even in the EIR, we talk about it, DCP, that what these models results, how they should be used in our, in terms of appropriate use of model results.
Right, and that is the EIR for this project, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so those discussions and what you talked about in that report and this report, then those were based on your opinion and your judgment only, right?
Objection, misstates testimony, misstates
Well,
the
then I'm
record.
asking you, is that based on your opinion and your judgment versus a technical source or some DWR journal that I could refer to?
I mean, that is based on not just my opinion, that is based on, working with other experienced modelers, within DWR. And, there's, these models have been used for over 20 years. There's documentation for calcium, and I think even outside DCP in other projects, we have used, this is the approach we have taken.
Yeah, and this is a consistent recommendation. You can go back and look at EIRs and EISs and feasibility reports that use calcium going back, 15 years. And this is always the consistent statement in those documents that this is the appropriate way to use and analyze the results.
Do those documents and those statements that you refer to, do they acknowledge limitations associated with this approach?
They definitely typically have sections on model limitations, yes.
On page 3 of your testimony, Dr. Singh, at line 3, sorry, let me find it here. You refer to Mr. Reyes' previous testimony, and I'm not going to get bogged down in that, but I just have a couple of questions. You refer to Mr. Reyes' testimony 0600 that when showing model results, statistical comparisons are preferred over absolute differences at specific points in time. And this is probably an obvious question, but I want to make sure I'm understanding this. That's preferred by who? Preferred by DWR?
That is opinion that Mr. Reyes is presenting based on his years of modeling experience and working with his models.
With regard to the use of the exceedance plots or exceedance plots in general, but exceedance plots that you've utilized in your testimony, what is the process by which you develop an exceedance? You have developed exceedance plots for your testimony here.
Yes. So
Yes,
your
I'm sorry.
question.
Yes, I'm sorry. What's the process you use to develop an exceedance plot for your testimony here?
Vague and ambiguous as to what particular flow, something else that Mr. Rees is asking about for developing it. There may be different.
Well, what do you do to develop an exceedance plot for example, for salinity concentrations in the South Delta relative to the project?
Okay. Yeah. So one example I can give you, say it's the daily mean EC. So based on the DSM-2 output, we have daily mean ECs. We have those outputs for, with project and also without project. So when we're developing these exceedance plots, we're taking, say, for example, 100 years of record. Each day in that 100-year record, what the mean EC was for the baseline conditions, and also for with project scenario. And you're taking all these daily ECs and basically arranging them so that it comes up with a probability of what a certain value is, how many times is higher than that or how many times is lower than that. And that information is basically represented in a graphical format.
And when you say arranging the data, how do you arrange the data?
So it'll be, highest to lowest.
And when you do that, is the data connected consecutively in time?
That is not the purpose of exceedance plots. So when you arrange them, the date doesn't really matter. All you're looking is a probability of a given concentration, what the exceedance is with one scenario versus another.
What do you mean the date doesn't really matter?
So I was just going to add that it's not uncommon to say do that for a particular month or do it for a particular season if time is an important, or seasonality is an important component.
Okay,
but
thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. So my question was for Dr. Singh though, and what do you mean that the date doesn't really matter?
So in the exceedance plots, we are looking at, depending on the time period, like Dr. Telovich said, it could be a given month. It could be, for the whole simulation period. It could be just dry years. So it is just the values for daily mean EC with our project and this associated probability of occurring a given value.
Okay.
Could I add also, because you did ask about references, that this procedure that Mr. Singh just outlined is something in statistics called a cumulative distribution function, or an empirical cumulative distribution function. It would be in any standard textbook on statistics. It's also under the name exceedance plot frequently in hydrology textbooks. It's not a DWR concoction in that sense. Yeah.
Right. I wasn't suggesting that it was. So, but if specific date doesn't matter, then these exceedance plots, they're not designed then to incorporate any historical data. Is that right?
I'm not sure what you mean by historical data.
Well, I mean historical data. I mean, if there's actual monitoring or gauge data that indicates there were certain results, if there was increases or violation of water quality standards in a certain month or in a certain year, these exceedance plots don't factor that in, right?
Well, this is not a historical analysis. This is a planning study where we're looking at baseline and with project scenario, and we're making that comparison. There's no comparison to any historical values or observed data in this analysis. So for example, if we're looking at 2043 feature scenario, there is no historical data for that.
So there's also there's no data on these exceedance plots, or there's no way that these exceedance plots show us if there is a specific 10-day increase in salinity concentrations in any specific channel in the South Delta, correct? That's not the point of it. That's not the point of the exceedance plot, right?
Yes, that's not the point of the exceedance plot. There's no time window associated with that.
All right. And that's same of any analysis with regards to a decrease in stage water levels at any particular location. Is that right?
Yes, so any exceedance plot, stage or EC, it's just probability of exceedance, whether it's daily mean or monthly mean or daily minimums. It's just probability of that, any value exceeding a certain value.
When you,
Can
I'm
I,
just trying to have and forgive me for not having a
so I
great
want,
understanding.
I wanted to also interject that last bit about water levels would generally be generated by DSM-2, which is forced at the boundary by a tide that includes spring neap variation over 2 weeks, monthly variation, et cetera. So there is a distribution of very fine time scale inputs for that particular phenomenon.
Thank you. The exceedance, well, let's just look at page 78 of your testimony regarding Old River at Tracy Road. These are exceedance charged for daily minimum stage at Old River at Tracy Road, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And these are not designed to show us any specific decrease in stage at any specific time point, correct?
Yeah, they are not, because that is not the appropriate use of model results. And what this is capturing is every day in the modeling simulation period, and what the daily minimum was with and without project. And for this location, they're on top of each other, showing that the probability of daily minimum stage, it does not change, with the project, and which is at least for South Delta, is consistent with what the project operations are, where it's a South Delta priority, and if anything, the South Delta exports are reducing, so we don't expect any changes. So it is consistent with proposed operations and looking at every day of the simulation.
Okay, and your simulation period that you're looking at here is the full 100 years, right?
For 2043 studies, yes, it is 100 years. For EIR, which is NPA 2040, it was a previous version of CalSim, which is 94 years.
Okay, and this is looking at or plotting up averaging of exceedances, projected exceedances over the full 100 years, right?
So the data behind this plot is each day on a 100-year simulation. So we can do the math, how many data points each day with and without project, what the daily minimum was, and comparing exceedance probabilities of that. So it's a lot of data points behind this.
What, how many data points? That's 36,000 data points or something of that nature?
So yeah, it's something like that. It's 20, 365 days in a year times 100 years, just approximate.
With regard to page 96 of your testimony, Dr. Singh, just look here. On page 96 here at paragraph 73, you are talking about Mr. Burke's analysis. And in here, you're critiquing Mr. Burke's analysis of wherein he removed exports from he removed exports as part of his analysis. And I understand that you take issue with that. You don't think that's realistic. But I just want to clarify that in your understanding of that approach that Mr. Burke did, do you understand that that's the only variable he removed? He just removed exports and ran an analysis in that regard?
Yeah, I understand that, and to me that is not realistic, and it's not a no project scenario.
Right. And do you understand? I understand that's your critique, and do you also understand that also as part of his analysis, Mr. Burke did an analysis of the with and without DCP project using DWR's DSM-2 output?
Yes, I'm aware of that analysis. Looks like he used a portion of 16 years out of 100 years of data, and he did month or time step by time step 15-minute comparison for stage and EC.
And right, yeah, he did use it. He did a 16-year simulation, you're right, of with and without project. And you take issue with the 15-minute time step analysis, right?
Sorry, it's vague and ambiguous as to with and without project or with and without DCP. What's the nature of this question for the record?
Well, actually, the question is, I'm asking him. He just testified or made comment that Mr. Burke did a 16-year simulation and he did a 15-minute time step. And so I'm asking him if he has if he disagrees with Mr. Burke's approach in terms of analyzing 15-minute time step.
So you switched to Mr. Burke's analysis of with and without the DCP project, correct?
I didn't switch. It's just a different question, but yes. That is what I'm on now. Yes, though, for clarification.
So I'm sorry, could you repeat your question one more time?
Well, I'm just trying to clarify your understanding of and my understanding of your critique of Mr. Burke's analysis. So in addition to the analysis he ran of with and without exports, which we've moved on from, is it your understanding that he also ran a 16-year simulation of with and without DCP using DWR's DSM-2 output?
That is my understanding. I'm not sure if he ran 16 years or he ran the whole year, but only used 16 years. I'm not confident on that, but what he presented was 16 years of data, a subset of 100-year simulation period. And he looked at 15-minute changes with an overall project for stage and EC.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with that. And do you feel that or take issue with Mr. Burke the way he presented the 15-minute time step analysis?
Yeah, for comparison with, for DCP analysis, the information that he presented, he relied on time step by time step, 15-minute data with and without project to come up with some summaries. So that's in my opinion, that portion is an appropriate use of model results as I presented in my testimony.
And it's an inappropriate use, in your opinion, because it's not based on long-term monthly averages over the full 100-year simulation period?
It is only using first of all, it's only using a portion of the simulation period, and I'm not sure why. And secondly, I think we've talked about it for time step or time by time comparison with and without project is inappropriate. So calculating differences between 15-minute time step, say for example, stage between baseline and DCP is not appropriate. And Dr. Talovich just talked about, especially for a 15-minute time step simulations, even a phase shift could have issues with that. So that is the portion that I don't agree with.
Yeah. In addition, I think, am I coming through? Yeah. In addition, you just mentioned long-term monthly averages, but Mr. Singh's analysis also includes distributions of daily minimums. So that's not the essence that it has to be averaged over huge long periods. The essence is that you're not comparing time step by time step.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think Dr. Singh was just testified about the arranging or rearranging of distribution data through exceedance plots, and we had some discussion about that.
That's what a distribution is.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you agree that the distribution does not allow one to look at any specific exceedance plot and determine where a short-term effect, in this example, a increase in salinity concentrations in any particular channel in the South Delta, it doesn't demonstrate that or show that in these exceedance plots, correct?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to the time frame. Like short term, what you mean by short term?
Short term, 14 days or less. I mean, that's not the point of the exceedance plot, right?
Yeah, that is not the purpose of the exceedance plot. And you're using every day in the simulation to look at daily minimums and looking at probability. So that is one piece of information, but you also have to look at what the proposed operations are and the results, looking at, are we making any changes in South Delta? Will that increase or decrease stage? So those are all factors that go into an analysis, but the discussion here is mostly how Mr. Burke used the modeling results.
I understand that. Do you, Dr. Singh, have any opinion as to whether the modeling approach that DWR has taken here that we're discussing allows or provides any ability to determine short-term specific impacts from the project on salinity or water levels?
When you say short term,
Less than 10 days or less.
So yeah, so these models are not looking at, like I said, time step by time step or a certain portion of the month or a period. But the information that is being provided, even using exceedance plot, that gives you a picture of every day for the 100-year simulation.
Dr. Singh, I'm going to look at page 111 of your testimony. And I'm looking at line 2. You say at the end of line 2, it's a parabolic calculation developed in Mr. Burke's spreadsheet. what is a parabolic calculation?
So I'm looking at, the chart that he presented, a figure that he presented, and how he showed the shape of the channel for DSM-2, and it looked like a parabola to me.
Does Mr. Burke's testimony anywhere say that he did a parabolic calculation?
At least the shape that he's showing in his figure looks like one.
Okay, but he doesn't say that he did that anywhere, right?
He did provide his spreadsheet to us where he did the calculations. So we at least know that the rectangular representation is in there, and one can exclude a rectangular shape just by looking at the plot.
You're speaking over my head. My
Well,
question is
I'm just saying that the cross section doesn't look like a rectangle, and that's the calculation that was in the spreadsheet. So if the parabolic was an overstep, it's still the wrong shape, and there's no way to invert a DSM-2 input into a specific shape.
all right. And so you're inferring that he did a parabolic calculation from his spreadsheet. Is that what I'm hearing?
And also from his figure.
Okay, but that's the inference you're making. He doesn't say that he did that, right?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Perhaps it's just more important to say that in the spreadsheet he gave us, we have a cross-sectional shape that does not tally with all the properties of DSM-2, it assumes a particular set of formulas for constructing the geometry, and that doesn't agree with anything that's in the internals of the model.
Okay, let's well, you bring up geometry and that relates to bathymetry, and there was an initial question or two, I think yesterday I heard on listening to the YouTube recording last night, since I wasn't able to be here, from Mr. Cho regarding bathymetry. And so I have a couple follow-up questions on that. What are the dates of the latest bathymetry used in DWR's DSM-2 modeling for the project?
I believe that it is an assortment of years in from 1998 to 2018.
Okay, and I understand it's an assortment, so it's kind of all over the place, I guess, is what you're saying. But when you say you understand that or you believe it, what is that belief based on? Is there a report or something that you can refer to that provides that?
Yes, the bathymetry is usually we do comparisons, and I believe that is in a draft of the monitoring special study. That's not entirely public yet, but South Delta Water Agencies is a participant in that. So it would have been something that is
Okay, thank you.
out there.
And do you know which bathymetry per channel or per cross section is, the 1998 era, if you will, versus the 2018? Is there any way that we know that?
I'm not sure. There is a polygon describing that in many of our products, but I'm not sure. I also believe that the old cross-sectional development program that provided the point set might have had that as metadata point by point.
Thank you. So we've got bathymetry going back to, you say, to 1998. But does the bathymetry that's used in the DSM-2 model for this project, does it reflect all of the existing bathymetry for the South Delta?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to existing at the time of the model development, at the time as we sit here today.
Well, first of all, as we sit here today,
A additional bathymetry data set was developed in 2021 and 2022, I believe, and was used in later modeling for other projects.
was there bathymetry, is there bathymetry data prior to 1998 for South Delta channels?
I am not sure if there were isolated amounts, but I know that the majority were in the period that I just cited.
And does the bathymetry, any of the bathymetry that's used in the DSM-2 model for the project, does it include, at the time the model was run for this project, did it include all of the most current bathymetry data?
It did include the most current bathymetry data that we had on hand when the project study was undertaken, yes.
Okay.
And yeah.
And some of that goes back to as far as 1998.
It does, but we've also, as part of the MSS, looked at the consequences of altering that bathymetry and not found that it's a very large jump. I mean, I think one of the reasons that there's a perception of large-scale change or dynamicism is that in the site's testimony, which Mr. Cho referred to yesterday, Mr. Burke, who also provided evidence for this hearing, he made a mistake of meters for feet and presented pictures in his evidence that showed dramatic changes in the channels. Those also made their way into DCP testimony, and then they were struck out and replaced by later figures. But a lot of the sense of major movement was a meters to feet comparison. And in fact, when we did,
I don't have a question pending about meters to feet.
Well, no, but you're asking about whether the current geometry, I think,
I'm asking about
viable. Okay.
I'm asking about the years of the bathymetry that's used in the model.
Okay.
I didn't have a question about anything else.
So can you, because it can be a little more specific, then I need to, I can hone in on your question.
Yeah, my question is, what is the bathymetry data? What years is the bathymetry data developed that's used in the DSM-2 model for this project?
I think I've answered that question already. I told you, to the best of my knowledge, it was between 1998 and 2018, and that there may be isolated patches of other years. I don't have very specific information, but generally those values are available in metadata.
And you mentioned you thought that there's some bathymetry that was developed in 2022, correct?
That's my memory of the year. There was it took a couple of years to take it fully from South. This was actually a collaboration between South Delta Water Agency and DWR, where data was collected by Cinquini and passed to our group, where we did some original work and some contracted work to get it into the models.
Just with regard to well, with respect to Mr. Burke's figure 18, which is on
yeah,
you were talking about that, right? Referring to that in your testimony a bit ago.
Yeah, and I think really that there may have been an overstep in the testimony about the parabolic. I think that was more a parabolic looking shape, and we were making the point that it doesn't correspond to the DSM-2 calculations. But the real major problem with that figure is that it shows an observed water surface as that's more than a foot different from the actual observed water surface of that day, which gives a really wrong perception of how the cross section is filled on that particular day. It's a bigger error than the modeling error that it's trying to demonstrate.
Do you agree that that in that analysis that Mr. Burke was using 2022 bathymetry?
Can we put that figure up? I don't want to get too lost without enough detail.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, my question is just going to be the date of the bathymetry. That's on page 33 of SDWA 1B.
So you're speaking about.
Yes, I'm
describe-
sorry. Yeah, I'll ask the question so we have a little better record. So the black line there that indicates that that depicts cross section based on 2022 channel bathymetry, right?
I can only read off of the diagram, so I think I would just be reading if I answered that question.
Sure. Well, do you have any reason to believe that it's not based on 2022 bathymetry?
Well, the major one is that was one of the corrected pictures, and it had a big units mistake that put all the geometry off by a factor of 3. So the question about whether it landed correctly, and also the water level that's shown on that is off by a great deal. It looks like that dark blue water level is at 2, when actually the observed water level of that day was at 3 feet. So for me, I would have some discomfort saying that really almost anything about this diagram is right, because the DSM-2 cross section was speculative. The water level is wrong. There was a correction based on units. So it would be a big step, I think, to nod to this diagram really in any way.
My question is, do you have some reason to believe that Mr. Burke didn't use, despite your other criticisms of the analysis and the corrected analysis that you refer to, any reason to believe that he didn't use 2022 channel bathymetry?
Objection asked and answered.
Yeah.
I didn't get an answer. I asked if he had any specific reason to believe he didn't use 2022 channel bathymetry.
I
Please.
don't have anything to say one way or the other about that, I don't think. Yeah.
Okay. And do you know, you see I guess that's a pink or brown line, red line to the right of the 2022 channel bathymetry line that says DSM-2 cross section? Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Do you know what bathymetry, what year the bathymetry for that was created?
I don't know, but I also know that cross section is an invention of the analysis, not something that comes out of DSM-2. So I can't even really speak to, in other words, that shape doesn't exist in DSM-2. The picture cites, observed water depth or output model depth, but DSM-2 doesn't produce output. So again, it's hard to engage with this picture because of the numbers of errors that went into the production.
Well, do you know if the model for DCP used 2022 channel bathymetry for this location?
Again, asked and answered.
Yeah.
I think, well, please clarify for this location.
Yeah, for this location.
This is Mr. Burke's work, is that correct?
Well, I'm asking you if you know if the DSM-2 model, the modeling used for this project by you guys, by DWR, if 2023 channel bathymetry was used for this location.
I believe that the modeling work for this project was completed before that date.
And when do you believe the modeling work was completed?
I wouldn't say. I would ask my colleague, Mr. Singh, who could probably has a really great timeline.
Yeah, so there's, obviously there's been different versions of the modeling, starting from the final EIR. And we've done modeling for ITP, and there's been some recent modeling for more future climate change scenario. And all these models use a version that's before 2022. And the reason for that is that was the best available model And for conducting a planning study, there is not a model that's available for us to incorporate this 2022 yet.
Okay, let me just look here. Just last question, I think, Dr. Singh, thank you for that response. I think you said that it didn't use 2022 bathymetry, it used the bathymetry that was available before that. Do you know the date of the bathymetry that was used for this location in the model?
I do not. I don't have anything to add other than what Dr. Telovich referenced in terms of the dates.
Okay. All right. I don't have any further questions for this group.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. I think with that, and thank you to the witnesses for the long morning, I think it's time for us to take a lunch break. Before we do, is there anything we should address? Otherwise, I will plan to pick up at 1 o'clock with Mr. Schutz. All right, I will see you all at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
What do you mean I want it? What are you planning? It's not an impact analysis. So how is the planning study helping?
All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. I see we have a hand in the attendee list here. That would be Mr. Schutz, who of course we need. If we can please elevate Mr. Schutz and also Ms. Meserve. Good afternoon, Mr. Schutz.
Good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
And we will turn back to you, but I will turn briefly to Ms. Meserve. Ms. Meserve, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Just taking in Ocean Reserve for Contra Costa et al. Just as an update, I did hear from Mr. Moore that he will not have questions for this piano.
Thank you.
And then I have been in touch with Ms. Desjardins, who is on deck to go after me. And then I believe Mr. Busher would go after that for Baykeeper. I haven't heard from him today, but I did reach out.
That's before Seawin, as far as you know.
Well,
Maybe we can.
Seawin would be Mr. Moore, right?
Oh, it is Mr. Moore. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Error.
So I think we don't have Seawin questions. So that seems to be the order that we're going in today.
Wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mhm.
And I see we have Ms. Carroll and we have Mr. Schutz. I presume we have our witnesses here, but let's see, Mr. Schutz, who you would like to start with, if to you.
I will have questions only for Mr. Singh, and given recent patterns that might bounce to Dr. Atelovich.
Thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Singh, and I think to you, Mr. Schutz.
Very good. And if we could zoom in, that would help me focus. In other words, isolate me and myself and
you are pinned. I'm not sure if that on your screen you may have to juggle your view.
I may have to do that.
Yeah.
There we go. Great. Thanks so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Singh. I'm Chris Schutz. I'm the Executive Director of the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, one of the protestants in this proceeding. We spoke before close to a year ago. How are you this afternoon? And we're not hearing you, sir.
I'm doing good. Thank you.
Oh, there we are. We have you. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks so much. Could we please pull up Mr. Singh's rebuttal testimony, DWR 00123R, and turn to the top of page 3. Mr. Singh, here on lines 3 to 5, you discuss step functions and thresholds in calcium 3 logic that can distort the output in calcium 3, correct?
That's correct.
And if we scroll down now, please, to lines 13 to 15. Here you say various elements in calcium 3 logic can lead to wide differences in output based on small incremental changes. Is that also right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Schutz, just for your benefit, I wanted to let you know we uploaded the revised version with the red line if you would prefer to have that version.
Actually, at this point, I think it's simpler to leave this. I don't think any of my questions will implicate any of the changes that were made today. Thank you. Now, we've gone through the questions, lines 13 to 15. We did discuss small incremental changes. And so if we look at an example you use on page 3, line 10, that concerns reservoir storage, correct?
That's correct.
Would a fair example of this be something like this? The model releases X amount of water from storage from Oroville Reservoir if storage on a certain date is greater than a specified amount, but the model would release Y amount of water from storage in Oroville Reservoir if storage on the same date was less than that specified amount?
I think I'll have Mr. Fitzhugh respond to that. We did have some discussion on this earlier today, but yeah, if Mr. Fitzhugh.
Can you please repeat the question?
Sure. And I'm just asking if this is a fair example, not if it's the only example. The model releases X amount of water from storage from Oroville Reservoir if storage on a certain date is greater than a specified amount, but the model would release Y amount of storage, water from storage in Oroville Reservoir if storage in Oroville Reservoir on the same date was less than that specified amount.
I guess maybe hypothetically, that's a good example. I can't think of any rule like that, exact rule like that in the model off the top of my head.
Okay.
But that's the general idea.
Thank you. Now looking at lines 17 through 20, if we could. You recommend use of statistical representations such as exceedance plots and state that they minimize the unrealistic effects of modeling artifacts. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
Mr. Singh, exceedance plots are made up of a series of individual data points assembled into one representation over a time period of analysis. Is that a fair description?
When you say one representation, I'm not sure. What do you mean by that?
A single figure.
Yes, we can have exceedance plots, for different months. We can have it for different water years as individual figures. Yes.
So when you create exceedance plots, you don't eliminate any data points in which there are modeling artifacts, do you?
We do not. We do not omit any data.
So instead, when you create an exceedance plot, you show data points with modeling artifacts together with many other data points, correct?
Yeah, this is typically the whole period of simulation that we're presenting.
And the overall effect of any individual modeling artifact is thereby reduced or diluted. Is that a fair description?
I mean, the exceedance plot is looking at the full range of operations under, full range of hydrologies and, minimum maximums and different points within the exceedance. So I'm not sure if it dilutes as your representation you're talking about in terms of results.
Well, let me ask it a different way. If you have some data points that are inaccurate because of modeling artifacts, and you present those with many other data points or that do not have modeling artifacts, the net effect of the modeling artifacts is reduced. Would that be a fair description?
Well, again, I think Mr. Fitzhugh talked about earlier today that although there are these artifacts, but over 100 period simulations, that is pretty small amount. And, I don't really agree that it's diluting anything. It all depends on when that's happening and if it's in line with the rest of the data that we're looking at.
So would it be a better description to say reduces the effect of the modeling artifacts?
I don't agree with that.
Could you explain why, please?
Because in terms of the artifacts, what Mr. Fitzhugh talked about earlier, it's not that we have multiple months or multiple instances of this happening within the model. So, depending on what period, what month I'm looking at. You know, I see the full range, and unless there's something totally jumping out of the rest of the trend, that gives an idea in terms of how the model is performing.
But that data point or data points that do have modeling artifacts are still represented in your exceedance plot, are they not?
Yes, as I stated earlier, we're taking the full simulation period, and we're not omitting anything.
Thank you. Could we please pull up Mr. Singh's summary of rebuttal testimony, DWR 124R, and turn to slide 6? And this is R2, but it's the same slide, and so it's perfectly fine to use this as an example. Now here, Mr. Singh, you criticize Mr. Burke's testimony, don't you?
I'm criticizing, or no, I don't agree with the way he used modeling results to compute 15-minute differences within a project for 16 years of simulation. He's doing like a point-by-point comparison on a 15-minute time step, and I don't agree with that use of the model results.
Looking at Mr. Burke's figure on the left, that is Mr. Burke's figure, correct?
That is correct.
And looking at that figure on the left, it covers about 1.5 years of data. Is that also correct?
It's kind of
Maybe we
hard to
can
read
scroll in a little
for me,
bit.
but
Thank
it
you.
looks.
There we go.
Yeah, looks like it's spanning from July 1st to the end of 2016.
Thank you. And 2015 was a drought year, is that correct?
Yes,
And 2016 was a below normal or close to normal water year. Is that a fair characterization?
I don't recall offhand.
Mr. Fitzhugh or Dr. Atelovich, does one of you recall?
I don't remember what 2016 was.
Okay. I'll represent to you that 2016 was the year that the drought was broken after 2014 and 2015. Does that refresh your memory?
I remember there being January storms in 2016 and then a bit of a lull after that. So what you said sounds plausible.
All right. Let's just move on then. Mr. Singh, is it your contention that Mr. Burke's entire figure is skewed due to modeling artifacts?
No, I did not say that. What I'm saying is doing these comparisons on a 15-minute time step within a project is not appropriate.
But and I understand that you said that as a general matter, but I'm asking about the specific case, whether you identified any modeling artifacts in this particular figure.
As I stated earlier, yeah, no, I did not look at each and every month or 15-minute operations with and without project, because that's not the approach that's appropriate to me.
Did you or Mr. Fitzhugh do any forensic analysis of the calcium model run used by Mr. Burke to see if there were any modeling artifacts that skewed Mr. Burke's data in this figure during this time period?
I don't think Mr. Burke used calcium. The results presented here are based on DSM-2 15-minute output. So these results here are not calcium results.
But wasn't calcium used to generate the operations over which DSM-2 was run?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. So my first question was, have you identified any uh, uh, modeling artifacts within that underlying calcium run that would have skewed Mr. Burke's data?
I have
I
not.
I have not either.
And so they'll ask the same question for DSM-2. Has either of you identified any modeling artifacts in the DSM-2 model run that Mr. Burke used in order to generate this data?
Again, I stated earlier that I haven't looked, I didn't even look for it. So, because that's not the right approach. So I haven't seen or I haven't looked for it.
Mr. Singh or Mr. Fitzhugh, do you agree that it would be possible to do an analysis to try to evaluate whether or not there are modeling artifacts represented in this data?
So is it possible? I mean, if you looked at 15-minute data, both looking at calcium and DSM-2, you could, but like I stated earlier, this is not the way we use model results. So I wouldn't, recommend doing that.
And I'll ask a similar question for Mr. Burke's other figures that were presented in his case in chief testimony. I don't have that number right with me. But this was pulled from that testimony. Do you have it? Did you do any analysis in other figures in Mr. Burke's testimony other than the one Dr. Atelovich identified regarding channel size to evaluate whether there were inaccuracies in the specific figures that Mr. Burke presented?
I did not. I have not used this methodology to look at individual 15-minute time steps doing a comparison.
I would need to see those other figures. The answer.
Let's see. Can someone help me here? Do we have the number of Mr. Burke's case in chief testimony? I had it in an earlier version of these questions, and
I believe it's SDWA 1B. Is that others can correct me, but
that sounds right.
would you like us to bring that up?
Yeah, would you bring that up, please?
So SDWA 1B.
And if you scroll down and just look quickly at each of the figures, please, Ms. Mullen.
Is anyone else having a problem with this being very small on their screen? Because for some reason it is on mine.
It may be your view.
Oh.
It may be. Let's keep going. I don't think this is just a map. Here's one figure here, impact of exports on stage at Old River.
And I'm just to pause, Mr. Fitzhugh, were you able to, I want you to be able to read what we have on screen.
Yeah, I got it over my other screen. It's a little bigger, so I think I'm okay.
Okay, and we can zoom in, but if it's, I don't know how big your tile is. If it's a tile problem, that's probably of setting in Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No,
Thank
I
you.
have not reviewed anything relating to these figures.
All right, thank you. I think we could take this down. Now, if we could go back to Mr. Singh's summary testimony, slide 6 again, please. That's the one. Thank you so much. Now, Mr. Singh, looking at the figure on the right here, isn't it true that your exceedance plot also presents the data that Mr. Burke presents in his figure, but in a different way?
So the data that Mr. Burke is using is included in my data. So what I have on the right is a daily mean EC. So for each day in model simulation, that includes all the days that Mr. Burke has in his chart.
Okay. So, generally speaking, Mr. Singh, let me ask this. If, if, take for example, the points in September of 2016 that Mr. Uh, that Mr. Burke has presented in his graph, and where it shows that it's above that there's greater salinity than there was within the without DCP project. Do you see that?
It's kind of hard for me to read, but I can see at least the portion where it's higher.
Okay. So basically my understanding of what we have under with Mr. Burke's figure is that the 0.0 line is what was represented in the value that came out for the without DCP project. And the blue line is what came out for the with DC project. Is that your understanding?
Could you repeat that? I didn't. So the
So maybe we can, if we could scroll in again, Miss Mullen, a little bit to Mr. Burke's figure on the left. I think that would be helpful. There we are. Thanks. My understanding of this figure, and tell me if it's your understanding, is that the 0.0 line is the line that represents the without DCP project, and that the blue line is uh, the line that shows the difference between the with DCP project and the difference between that and the without DCP project. Is that a fair characterization?
I don't think there's a line at zero that is base. So all I see is just one line. Are you talking about the grid lines on the chart?
Yes, the grid line, the 0.0 grid line.
Uh-huh.
My understanding of the way that this was set up is that when the blue line that's plotted is below 0.0, that there was less salinity at the point at Old River at Tracy Bridge under the with DCP project than there was without DCP project. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, so if you look at the y-axis, it's showing you it's a difference with project minus without project.
Right.
So if with project was greater, it will be above the line. And if it was lower, it will be below the line.
Okay. And so if we could scroll out again and so we could see both figures, Ms. Mullen. So assuming for a moment that Mr. Burke's plot that his with DCV project accurately represents the data. On your plot on the right, the all of the points on Mr. Burke's line, although Mr. Burke has 15-minute data and you have daily data, but nonetheless, in summary form, all the points in Mr. Burke's line graph would be presented in your graphs. Is that correct?
That is not correct. Not all the points will be represented since it's a 15-minute data. But we'll have daily for each
But
day.
you would have daily values.
Yeah.
Okay.
And daily average.
Daily average.
So, daily average will look at all 15-minute data that Mr. Burke has with project and without project individually, not the difference. So it's not the exceedance of difference, but it's individually plotted.
I see. But what Mr. Burke has represented here in his figure for any given date, the numbers would not appear adjacent to one another in your two exceedance plots, would they?
Vague and ambiguous as to adjacent.
Well, okay, let's back up. In your exceedance plot there on the right, you actually have two exceedance plots that are plotted next to each other. Is that correct?
They're on top of each other, yes.
They're on top of each other.
Because
One
there's
is
no changes. So that's, if you look at daily mean EC, the probability of exceedance, those two lines with and without project are on top of each other. And what's that telling you is that looking at daily mean each and every point of simulation, every day of the simulation, if you look at the exceedance probability, there's no changes.
I understand that. But for any given data point in your data, that does not necessarily mean that the data for the same date would be directly adjacent to the data in the without DCP plot would not necessarily be directly adjacent to the with DCP plot, would it?
No, if you're asking those data points are data line, no, they're not. They're the data that's being represented here is by probability of exceedance, not by date.
Thank you. Could we switch gears, please, and go to Exhibit Baykeeper 001? And Ms. Kinsey, I'll connect this quickly. Mr. Singh, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And were you the author of this document?
I was one of the reviewers and authors, and a lot of work that was conducted behind this modeling. I think Mr. Fitzy was involved in that.
Okay.
Sorry, also, I didn't get my objection in, but this document is 91 pages. There's multiple documents within this. There's a cover letter and a memorandum. So if we could be clear about which document within this PDF we're talking about.
I'll have specific things that I refer to. Let's just rephrase the question. This is your name at the front of the cover letter. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, from me, yeah.
All right. Could we please turn to page 12 and look at the third lines of the first paragraph? So this part of the technical memorandum covered a median climate scenario for 2070. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, could we please turn to the bottom of PDF, page 27? Thank you. Now, at the very bottom of the page, you say, with regard to this 2070 model scenario, that TUCP actions are likely to be more frequent, correct?
Yeah, that's what the sentence says. Yep.
And you suggest that this could be as often as 15% of years, correct?
Again, that is, I think we talked about this earlier today too. So this is 2070 hydrology, and based on the hydrology and demands in modeling, what we found was we had a lot of time, months there were dead pools. So there is an imbalance between water that's available and all the current demands and regulatory requirements. So so we made some modeling assumptions. This was one of them, looking at some TUCP-like actions in dry years. So that was one of the assumptions, in addition to a lot of other assumptions we made, in terms of changing demands, ag areas, ag demands, urban demands. So it was just a suite of assumptions, and in no way they should be used as a prediction what's going to happen in the future. It was more in terms of making the model operations consistent to what we see today.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, have you performed a similar analysis for the scenario that you discussed in your rebuttal testimony called DCP 2043-95?
Did you elaborate when you say similar?
Did you conduct an analysis of how many times there would be the likelihood of a TUCP or that reservoirs would go to dead pool under the DCP 2043-95 scenario?
So maybe Mr. Fitzhugh can expand, but yeah, those 2043 scenarios don't have any TUCP actions or TUCP-like actions. And in terms of the frequency of reservoirs going to dead pool, I don't believe we saw that in that hydrology and sea level rise scenario. Maybe Mr. Fitzhugh can expand on that.
So you're asking about, sorry, which scenario specifically?
I'm asking specifically about the DCP 2043-95 scenario.
Yeah, that does have dead pools, not to the extent of a 2070 study, but it does have some.
It's not to the extent of the 2070 study?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. But it does have dead pools.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much all calcium scenarios have at least a few, but
okay, and
are
it
those
does
not have TUCP like actions in it, despite having some of those dead pools.
Did you analyze whether there were flags or sort of markers within the model runs of the 2043-95 scenario similar to those that have been in the other model runs
Objection
for
vague
DCP?
and ambiguous as to flags and sort of markers.
What do you mean, Mr. Schutz?
Mr. Singh, in direct testimony, we discussed the fact that there's a number of there's lines in the calcium 3 output that they call flags, or in which a condition where a TUCP might be called for in some scenarios would be indicated. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that. And I'm not aware of any such flag. Unless Mr.
there is code in that model to create those flags, but TUCPs were not turned on ever in that model, so we don't have any review to see how often they would have been triggered.
I wasn't asking how often they would have been triggered. I was asking whether you made a comparison of the flags in the different model runs and how they compared.
Well, that's why I said they haven't been triggered. So meaning they were just turned off by default. So there's no way to do that comparison. We didn't do that for that particular run.
All right, thank you. So in any case, Mr. Singh, you have one identified issue here with one model run where you have up to 15% of the time that you suggested there could be TUCPs by the year 2070, correct?
I'm not sure when you're saying issue with the model. Can you elaborate on that?
You've identified here at the bottom of the page that in one model run that you performed, calcium 3 model run you performed, up to 15% of the time by 2070, there could be TUCP-like actions called for. Is that a fair characterization of what you say here?
Objection. This is outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony. This is not referenced by Mr. Singh. This is 2070 modeling. And we've already answered questions about 2043 model runs, which were part of the testimony provided by Mr. Singh.
I'm going to allow the questions. I mean, these are about model runs. One, this seems important. So, two, I think this is about model runs that have been subsequently submitted and whether or not DWR chose to talk about in the testimony. They're on the table here. This is our chance, I think.
The 2070 model run was not submitted in direct. For calcium was submitted as a supplemental request from the hearing officer.
So does that mean you would withdraw your
In
objection
rebuttal.
if we focus on 2085?
I mean, that's up to you. That's not part of our testimony. We provided it because we were required to.
Correct.
And
Let
I
me see if I
personally
can
think it's outside the scope, but I know that you will likely overrule me, but I will put it on the record.
Noted. Mr. Schutz, I think you had a proposal to move forward.
Sure. My proposal is to the degree that you have these the likelihood of TUCPs or dead pools in any of these model runs, doesn't the bottom end of any exceedance plot you have, isn't that then subject to inaccuracy and variability?
Incomplete hypothetical.
Are you looking for specificity about which model run?
I'm not looking for specificity about any. I'm sorry. I don't know if you were talking to me or
I was
Mr.
actually, and I should have addressed Ms. Morris.
My mistake.
The modeling exceedance plots presented are for 2043. The witnesses already testified there are no TUCP actions in those 2043 models.
Mr. Schutz, does that address your question? I'm not sure where we are on that. Do you need to revise your question?
Sure. Let me try again. To the degree that there might be TUCPs put in effect in very dry years or years where that otherwise it would go to dead pool or otherwise extremely stress the system. Aren't the exceedance plots that you are advocating inaccurate at that bottom end in the driest years?
An objection to the extent it's unclear, are you suggesting that their exceedance plots are inaccurate because of TUCPs that are not in the modeling runs and therefore not in the exceedance plots?
I think the question is if one were to make an exceedance plot, regardless of whether or not there is one. I mean, is that fair, Mr. Schutz? If one were to, is this sort of a technical modeling question? If one were to make an exceedance plot of a model run in which a TUCP was applied, how accurate would that exceedance plot be? Something to that?
I don't think that's what I'm asking. What I'm
Okay.
asking simply is because there would be different operations than what are represented in the models, either due to TUCPs or for other reasons, when you have very dry scenarios. Isn't some element of the of the exceedance plot sort of inherently inaccurate?
And again, same objection that there's no TUCPs in those model runs represented by the exceedance plot. So this appears to be outside the scope and irrelevant.
Well, so to Ms. Morris's point, I guess I'm confused. Does the modeling include the TUCP? Is that what you're asking, Mr. Schutz?
Why don't we go back to DWR 124R, was it, Mr. Singh's summary? There we are. So conceptually here, you have salinity at Emerton plotted here. And in the driest years, you'd expect the salinity to be up toward the left. Is that correct, sir?
I'm not sure if we're looking at the same plot. This is not Emerton.
Tracy Road, my mistake.
Yes. So
Okay.
what was your question?
And my question is, of those lowest 10 percentile, isn't there bound to be inaccuracy in those because the calcium modeling doesn't reflect what actual operations would be?
No, these plots here are based on adjusted historical with envelope project, and there were no TUCPs in these assumptions or in these modeling.
Okay. I think we'll move on. Could we please bring up Mr. Singh's rebuttal testimony, DWR 123R, and turn to page 64, lines 9 through 11. Mr. Singh, here you state that there may be increases in salinity at 3 Mile Slough under DCP as compared to without DCP conditions, correct?
Yes.
And you also say that the averages increases do not necessarily mean there will be exceedances of the standards in the 1981 contract between the North Delta Water Agency and DWR, correct?
Yes.
So isn't it true that your analysis of the number of exceedances depends on comparing the numeric values in modeled output with an absolute numeric standard?
So this statement that I'm making there, and I'm providing an example, which refers to Ms. Ann Williams in DWA 018. And that exhibit is not a modeled output. That one is looking at historical EC at 3 Mile Slough and what the standard was under those historical conditions. And point of this testimony was that for that year, 2018, even if you assume some kind of increase for the whole year, we don't believe that there would be any increase in number of events of exceedances. So that was not a model data.
Okay, can we scroll down to lines 16 through 20 at the bottom of this page? Is that right? Sorry, I need page 59. And there I'm looking for lines 16 through 20. Now you discussed this with a couple of people earlier today. you say that real-time operations will correct model exceedances of water quality requirements, in this case, salinity at Rock Slough. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if I'm talking about Rock Slough in particular. This is referring to exceedances.
This is referring to exceedances generally. I took it to mean that you were specifically referring to Rock Slough. Is it more general than that?
Yeah, I believe there's a tables for different locations, and so this part is, I don't believe it's just for Rock Slough.
Is it your opinion that real-time operations can eliminate all exceedances for salinity at any of the places that you have identified?
Well, in those lines in my testimony, what I'm talking about, and I discussed this yesterday, is calcium is a monthly model, and it has some representation of D1641 standards that are sub-monthly. They change within a month and between a full month. So we have made some representation, and when you take that information to D6 to DSM2, there's that mismatch, and that can cause some exceedances. But operators in real time are making decisions on a daily time step, and so that's different than what the model is doing.
I understand that the difference between what the model does and the potential for real-time operations to eliminate some of the exceedances. My question is, how can you evaluate which exceedances real-time operations can eliminate and which ones real-time operations cannot eliminate?
Again, that was not purpose of this analysis. When I'm using this data, I'm looking at a comparative with and without project, and taking into account that there is some modeling artifacts. I'm focusing on what the incremental changes, and the results are showing that those changes are less than 1%. So that's one of the analysis tools we have to look at the DCP is not affecting compliance with those objectives.
Now, I'm sorry, I think I lost you, Mr. Singh. When you're referring to less than 1%, are you referring to the Rock Slough exceedances, or are you referring to something else?
I'm referring to, as part of this testimony, we have discussed some of those tables where we have exceedances with project and exceedances under baseline conditions, and we have shown differences. So when I'm talking about less than 1%, I'm talking about modeled D1641 exceedances with and without project and difference between that.
So your testimony is that is your testimony that if the modeled exceedance difference is less than 1%, real-time operations will always be able to account for that and avoid exceedances?
No, that is not my testimony. My testimony is based on model exceedances. The differences are very small, and conclusion is that DCP is not affecting those exceedances based on model data.
Do you have a rule of thumb about the magnitude of exceedances that real-time operations can compensate for?
Again, I'm not an operator. I don't have a rule of thumb like that, but this is mostly talking about why we see exceedances in the model, and that is because of some differences between model and real-time operations. But the results that are presented are just model results. I haven't presented anything in terms of what the real-time history of compliance is.
But you're stating generally that real-time operations are able to overcome some of these exceedances. Is that correct?
What I'm saying is that the real-time operations, daily operations cannot be represented in these models. And that is one of the factors that we should look at when we're looking at these model exceedances.
On line 18 here, you say that DWR operates the State Water Project in real-time coordination with Bureau of Reclamation's operations of the CVP to avoid exceedances, correct?
Yes.
Is that statement based on your understanding of historical levels of coordination between DWR and Reclamation, or on your understanding of current levels of coordination between DWR and Reclamation?
That is based on my general understanding of how DWR operates State Water Project in coordination with Reclamation.
And your opinion on this issue assumes historical levels of coordination between DWR and Reclamation in meeting D1641 requirements, correct?
Objection, relevance, scope. Outside the scope, to be clear.
He made the statement. I'm trying to understand what he's saying.
I'll allow the question to the extent you can answer, Mr. Singh.
So could you repeat that question? Maybe I'm not understanding what you're trying to ask.
Does your opinion on this issue assume historical levels of coordination between DWR and Reclamation in meeting D1641 requirements?
The question also assumes facts, not in evidence, that there's some change from coordination. There's no evidence of that. Mr. Sheets has no evidence of that.
I don't think the question assumes that. That's not my understanding of the question. So to the extent you can answer, Mr. Singh, please do.
All I'm trying to say in that line is that DWR and Reclamation coordinate their operations, and they're trying to meet the required standards on a real-time basis.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much for your testimony. I have no more questions for this witness.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz, and thank you, Mr. Singh, for remaining on the spot here. I believe we now turn to Ms. Meserve. I understand you have questions. And just so you know, we'll take a break in a little while. I mean, we've been going for less than an hour, but I know you have some time, so we'll probably have to split up your questions.
Yeah, that sounds good. You have to stay ready when Mr. Schutz is on. Okay, I can go ahead and start with Mr. Schwartz. Am I saying that correctly? Dr. Schwartz, I guess.
You are, however, Mr. Schwartz just stepped out of the room to use the restroom. He anticipated a break, so we apologize.
No problem. I can start with Dr. Priest then. How about that? I've got questions for all three, so we can start wherever.
Thank you for the flexibility.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. Let's see if we can bring up Dr. Priest. Good afternoon, Dr. Priest. My name is Osha Meserve. I represent several of the Delta counties and other landowners and other interests within the Delta. And I have a few questions about your HABS testimony primarily. Some of which have been answered already. Is your hearing working? Okay. I can't hear you.
Not yet. Nope. No, still no.
That any better?
No.
Hmm.
And if we need to take 5 minutes, that's fine. Maybe that fate is having us take a break. let's go ahead and do that, and then we will hopefully have one witness. And thank you all for your patience. Let's just come back at 2:01. We'll get the
Okay.
technology and the folks sorted. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, welcome back after our brief break. To the court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Wonderful. And I will look to Ms. Carroll. You look like you have something to say.
We continue to have technical difficulties with Dr. Priest. However, Mr. Schwartz is now back in the room, so we would like to pivot back if that's okay with you, Ms. Meserve.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just go to a different page here. Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Schwartz.
Just Mr.
Mr. Schwartz. I saw you did PhD work at Arizona. Did I misread that in your
Masters.
master's work? Okay. I noticed you were in Tucson for a time.
A little bit.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. If we could start out, Ms. Mullen, let's see, with let's see. So DWR slide or DWR 1308 is the PowerPoint, Mr. Schwartz, that you used for your presentation. Slide 15 is that one that is from DWR 1318, which is those risk-informed climate scenarios, just to refresh your recollection on where I had the first question. It's slide 15. Yeah. So to develop the new climate scenarios for the updated modeling of the DCP, you used what you refer to as a new technique to disentangle signal from noise called variant averaging. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that term is discussed in DWR 1318, which is that risk-informed climate scenarios document. And it does lay out the steps by which you implemented the variant averaging. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
I didn't see, and my question is, do you have any peer-reviewed studies that support this specific method of variant averaging that you used for this analysis?
This entire report, DWR 1318, was externally peer reviewed, including this aspect of it.
But the new technique that you referred to in your testimony and applied to the DCP, that wasn't peer reviewed, was it?
It was peer reviewed as part of the larger document. Yes. This was an aspect of the larger document, which was peer reviewed. Yes.
And when you say the larger document, you mean the risk-informed climate scenarios document?
DWR 1318, yes.
Which is it's an SWP planning document for the entire state water project.
That's correct. We didn't develop these specifically for DCP. These are overall scenarios and an approach that we are using extensively throughout DWR's activities and planning processes.
And did you rely on any peer-reviewed literature to develop the variant averaging method?
Well, there is a there is a comparison of what we've done here with some work that was done by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and published, I believe, as part of Working Group 1. We can, if we could pull up the DWR 1318. And we're gonna have to scroll through a little bit, but I mean, this is a new technique, and there isn't yet a lot of published research on, the use of LOCA 2 downscaled scenarios because they're relatively new. And we are, at the cutting edge of trying to use new information to improve our modeling. But the conclusions that we draw from that variant averaging approach are very consistent with other published literature from the Working Group 1, which is what I was going to point to now. But if you want to move on, we can do that, or we can look at the Working Group 1 report stuff.
Is it your understanding that this risk-informed scenario document is meant to guide individual project decisions such as the DCP?
I would say that this document walks through in detail a process for developing climate scenarios that are useful specifically for calcium studies and other types of studies, and that's just described in the report. This was specifically developed for the delivery capability report, which is a calcium study that we issue every 2 years. But it's broadly applicable, yes, to calcium type studies like this.
And then if we could go, Ms. Mullen, to DWR 1306, which is Mr. Schwarz's testimony. On page 12 and line 16, you mentioned that the updated modeling, in your opinion, is best available science. And what definition of best available science do you have in mind there?
I think we are using the latest tools, data, published science. We are following peer review guidelines, and being transparent with all of the data and analysis that we've done, and have published that and posted that for review by others.
And so with respect to the data affiliated with the model runs that you discuss in your testimony for the DCP, is it your assertion that all that data is available to the public?
Data affiliated with the model runs, I don't understand what that means. Can you be more specific about the data you're inquiring about?
It would be the data from the variant averaging approach.
I believe we have shared all of the downloaded LOCA 2 data that was used to develop all of this information. We have clearly documented all of the processes that we went through to process that data. So anybody could recreate this process with what data is publicly available, not only from DWR, but from the CalAdapt analytics engine, which is where we downloaded the data.
And then, so did you refer in thinking about your use of best available science to the Delta Stewardship Council's definition of best available science in the Delta plan?
I'm generally familiar with that definition, but you know, I don't think I went through point by point to make that determination. If you, yeah.
Are you familiar with timeliness being an aspect of best available science?
I am.
And you've asserted in your testimony that the 2024 Ocean Protection Council report is best available science for sea level rise assumptions. I think that's on page 12 of your testimony, line 16.
Okay, yes.
If we could go to page 3, Ms. Mullen, at the top of the page, please. You criticized Dr. Paulson for relying on older guidance from the Delta Protection Council from 2017 for sea level rise here. Do you see that?
Yeah, well, I criticized her specific use of the way that she used the 2017 guidance.
But are you aware that DWR's 2040 DSM-2 modeling for the final EIR used the H++ scenario and the 1.8 foot of sea level rise in 2040, consistent with the OPC guidance from 2017?
I believe that was the best available science, and it was timely at the time. It no longer is, and it wasn't when Dr. Paulson made her testimony.
Are you aware of whether DWR used DSM-2 to evaluate any other levels of sea level rise in the FEIR besides the 1.8 feet of sea level rise in 2040?
Those would be questions better directed toward Mr. Singh.
Yes, EIR, we did look at half a foot of sea level rise as well.
And when did DWR release the model scenarios for 2043 with the half foot of sea level rise and the 1 foot of sea level rise? Was that just in this last fall?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to release.
Well, when did it become available for this hearing? I guess I could say. It was
the 2043 scenarios were published as part of the 2023 delivery capability report, which I believe were published in August of 24 or thereabouts. The 2085 scenarios were developed later. I believe, sorry, if I said August of 24, and then the 85 scenarios were August or so of 25.
okay. And did DWR use DSM-2 to model those scenarios?
Objection, compound. There's multiple scenarios that you've identified.
So first, the August 2024 release that Mr. Schwartz just mentioned.
Again, those questions about DSM-2 should be directed to Mr. Singh. I was involved in developing the assumptions for the input hydrology that's used in these climate scenarios that goes into CalSim. Once it goes into CalSim and all of the downstream modeling, those questions should be directed to Mr. Singh.
Okay. Dr. Singh, do you know whether DSM-2 was used to model the scenario that was released or that was prepared in August of 2024 that Mr. Schwartz just mentioned?
So just one clarification. Are you talking about models with DCP, or are you talking about models, just baseline models?
Oh, yeah.
I was attempting to ask about models that were with DCP.
Yeah, I need to amend my dates then, because what was published in, there was no DCP modeling of the 2043 scenario published in August of 2024, only baseline conditions, or no project, if you will. And the new with DCP, the only modeling that when we added DCP to those scenarios would have been in summer of 2025.
Okay.
So for all scenarios then.
And then thinking still back to this issue of timeliness and the availability of the 2024 Ocean Protection Council report with respect to estimate or sea level rise. Do you know why the case in chief presented by DWR in this proceeding in February of 2025 relied on the 2017 Ocean Protection Council report for sea level rise assumptions?
Objection outside the scope of this witness's testimony.
I don't think it is, because Mr. Schwartz has criticized Dr. Paulson for relying on outdated information, and I'm curious to know how that relates to the information that's been submitted by DWR.
I'll allow it. Mr. Schwartz, please.
Well, I think there's a timing lag between the release of guidance from the Ocean Protection Council and the completion of all of the work that needs to be done to complete modeling using that new guidance. So in February, it wasn't done, but by August, it was completed. So I think, yeah, I mean, it takes time to implement all of these things.
And I will note for the record that the 2024 Ocean Protection Guidance is both Exhibit BK2 and also DWR 1316. So are you aware, Mr. Schwartz, that Dr. Paulson based her testimony and analysis for her DPWA-2 report solely on DWR's modeling?
I don't think I testified to anything about her modeling other than the choice to focus only on H++ and her statement that 1.8 feet of sea level rise was not an appropriate or not a high enough level of sea level rise to be using for a 2045 analysis. That was the bulk of, I think that was the focus of my testimony.
So was your concern more based on the use of that level of sea level rise for a 2043 type time period when the project would just be beginning to operate?
My concern was that her statement, her testimony was that 1.8 feet of sea level rise was insufficient to cover conditions around mid-century when the project would begin operating. And that is not consistent with what that 2017 guidance says or with what the 2024 guidance says. And that's what my testimony covers.
But her testimony was based on DWR's testimony and exhibits, wasn't it?
Asked and answered.
I don't understand the question anyway.
I would like an answer to my question. If the hearing
Sounds
were-
like you may need to rephrase the question.
Dr. Paulson's testimony was based on the information that DWR put into its case in chief about the effects of its project with an assumed sea level rise of H++, wasn't it?
I can't really opine on, I have not studied that part of the testimony, but what Dr. Paulson testified to is that H++ was an insufficient level of sea level rise to be looking at for mid-century, and that we should have somehow looked at something higher. And she integrated between 10 feet from up to the estimate that was for 10 feet for H++ at the end of the century, and found this 1.8 value that, and suggested we should have, it seemed like, modeled something further along on that trajectory. That's what I was responding to.
Continuing to think about the issue of timeliness and best available science, isn't it true that DWR only presented new modeling scenarios with plausible drying in long-term average precipitation and multi-year and multi-decadal extreme drought conditions that you discussed in your testimony in response to protestants' evidence submitted in this hearing?
Absolutely not true.
Can you tell me what exhibits DWR had in its case in chief that included modeling scenarios with plausible long-term drying and long-term average precipitation and multi-year and multi-decadal extreme drought conditions then?
And the question you just asked me was whether we developed the 2043 and 2085 hydrology as a result of protestants' arguments. And my answer is no. I'm not sure how the second question, I can't answer the second question about what other exhibits are in the case in chief. Was not part of my testimony.
Okay, so let's go back then. So what evidence are you saying was submitted by DWR on its own volition that was not in response to protestants' case in chief?
Objection. Misstates testimony also outside the scope of this witness's rebuttal testimony. Perhaps Mr. Singh could answer your question better.
No, these questions are for Mr. Schwartz, and I'm quoting his testimony. So.
What quote are you referring to?
Okay, let's go back. So we're talking about the new modeling scenarios that have plausible drying and long-term average precipitation, right? That's what you were asked to opine about in your testimony, right?
Objection, Mystic. No one asked No one asked him to opine. They asked him to review testimony and provide opinions. No one said do this or do that. That is a mischaracterization.
What are, I know you were trying to back up, Ms. Meserve, but I am also confused. So maybe try again, or
Let me find the words.
thank you.
Okay. So so on the bottom of page 10 of DWR 1306, Mr. Schwarz discusses the 4 additional scenarios provided by DWR in the updated modeling, for instance. Right?
That's correct.
And he mentions they explore the plausible climate change. So, and I believe if I keep looking, there's other, and then on page 12 was the quote I was reading from about DWR's use of best available science in exploring the range of plausible drought. So my question was, weren't the modeling runs that are the subject matter of your testimony and that were submitted for DWR's rebuttal, weren't those only submitted in response to protestants' case in chief?
I can't answer that question. That's a legal question.
So you don't know why you submitted the testimony you did?
I didn't submit any testimony. I didn't submit these runs.
Who did?
Ms. Meserve, I think we had, it's a fair distinction. The witness is clarifying that he is not DWR, so I think that's fair.
I am DWR, but I personally am
are
not
you?
the person.
Okay, you did not submit these, Mr. Schwarz. Okay. You discussed them in your testimony, however, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And they were in response to an information request from the hearing officer, weren't they?
Objection, that misstates the record, and it's really irrelevant and outside the scope of this witness's knowledge and testimony.
I think it's fair, Ms. Meserve. Why does it matter why I don't think Mr. Schwartz has fairly represented, at least to me, that he doesn't know exactly why these were submitted by whomever may have submitted them. I would say DWR, but.
Well, I think it's very relevant to the adequacy of DWR's case in chief, for instance, about whether there was any information about this very important topic up until this point that we are now.
That might be true, but Mr. Schwartz's knowledge of it is not particularly relevant, so I think we should move on.
Okay. So, okay. Okay, and then just, so this is your first time appearing in this hearing, right, Mr. Schwarz?
That's correct.
Okay. I was going to ask you a couple questions about the Dr. Paulson opinion 6, and that's on page 3 of your testimony, paragraph 8. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. And you referred to the updated baseline and you state that there were not adjustments to project that out into the future. Or you're referring to her argument that the adjustments to project out into the future were not made, right? I'm just referring to paragraph 8, basically.
This is mischaracterization. This is a quote from Dr. Paulson. He's saying what he's rebutting. So,
okay, I will move to the question. And you note that the climate adjusted hydrology is intended to present the current observable changes affecting stream flow rather than to be a forward projection of potential future hydrological mechanisms.
Correct.
Okay, and that's actually on page 5, line 19. So Dr. Paulson named several adjustments that were not made in her testimony. And do you agree with Dr. Paulson that DWR's modeling does not account for instance for future changes in evapotranspiration in rim watersheds, but rather only adjusts historical hydrology to account for changes to evapotranspiration that have occurred so far? Present?
objection to the extent it's vague and ambiguous as to what you're asking him to compare it to.
Are you asking for,
I'm asking him to
Comparison?
confirm whether he agrees that certain adjustments asserted by Dr. Paulson were not made by DWR in the climate adjusted hydrology?
The climate,
please, Mr. Schwartz?
the climate adjusted hydrology, as I testified, does adjust for ET and other changes to the inflows at the rim reservoirs that have occurred in the past and that would be observable. It is not a forward-looking projection. It does not talk about what will happen in the future.
And do you agree with Dr. Paulson that DWR's analysis maintains the historical sequence and probability of wet to dry years?
The historical sequence of years, in the sense that, yes, these are the historical years. However, the climate adjustments for those earlier years in the record may actually adjust. And I think there are a few instances, I don't know off the top of my head, where the water year type actually changes because of adjustments.
And that information would be where?
I believe it would be in DWR. Why isn't it? It's got to be one of these. Oh, 112.
Thank you. And if we could go to page 6, line 16, please, Ms. Mullen. You state that Dr. Paulson is mistaken when she states these factors are not captured in climate adjusted hydrology. Do you understand that Dr. Paulson is asserting that the factors were not considered in future projections?
Well, her testimony is that And I'll just like read the quote again, that the climate adjusted hydrology does not adjust for future impacts. And that's not what it was designed to do. So.
And do you believe that evapotranspiration will increase in the future relative to what it is now?
Objection to the extent it calls for speculation. And vague and ambiguous as to region, area, water body, water year type, temperature.
We could look at the Feather River watershed, for instance.
All right, the Feather River, please, Mr. Schwartz.
I mean, to the extent that temperatures increase, evaporation is a function of temperature. So yeah, evaporation generally as temperature increases will go up.
And then if we could go to page 7, please, at the very top. You state that the CAH is fit for purpose as calcium input to represent current hydroclimate conditions. Would you say that the climate adjusted hydrology represents 2025 hydroclimate conditions?
Objection misstates testimony.
I think she's
It's a
asking whether
question.
it would. Yes, Mr. Schwartz.
Are you, I don't understand the question. When you say 2025, are you, is it, that's a single year?
Yes.
The CAH is a 100-year simulation of stream flows. It represents contemporary hydrologic conditions.
So it would not be representative of a single year such as 2025.
I guess that's a bit like comparing apples and oranges. It's a 100-year simulation.
Could the climate adjusted hydrology represent 2085 hydroclimate conditions?
Sorry, can you ask the question again?
Would the climate adjusted hydrology represent the 2085 hydroclimate conditions?
No, I would not recommend using it for that.
And why not?
Because we expect further climate change signal to be experienced by 2085. That's 60 years, almost 60 years out into the future. This is contemporary conditions.
And I think this is in your testimony too, but this slide where you say it, if we could go to that, please, Ms. Mullen, is on slide 13 of DWR 1308. And that's where you state that applying the 8 to 10% overall drying signal on top of the natural and interannual variability would be too extreme. Let's see. Given the uncertainties and your mention just now of the fact that that you expect there to be further drying in the future, for instance, wouldn't a sensitivity analysis, at least around a larger drying signal, be informative to project planners of the DCP, for instance?
I want to correct what you just said. I did not say that I expected drying. I think I expressed that higher temperatures would lead to higher ET. Can you repeat the question?
Given the expectation that you stated of higher ET and among other factors that are discussed in your testimony, and the dependence of the DCP on flows from the Feather River watershed, wouldn't analysis of a larger drying signal, such as 8 to 10% suggested by Mr. Lucas, be informative for this hearing?
I don't think that there's a single model that suggests that 8 to 10% drying overall is realistic. So I don't know. I do not see that that would be a useful analysis.
Are you aware that project planners for the DCP are assuming that a certain amount of water will be available for diversion from the proposed new intakes to meet state water project demands?
Objection, relevance as to this witness's rebuttal testimony beyond the scope.
I assume you're going somewhere back to the testimony with this. Is this a foundational question, Ms. Meserve?
Well, I'm really just asking based on his opinion, that looking at what he has, I believe, characterized as a more extreme drying signal would not be helpful. I'm testing that against other information in the hearing.
So what was the question? I'm sorry, what was the question again?
Yeah, so, well, I mean, as he worked on the delivery capability report for the SWP, I think he's probably aware of this, but for instance, are you aware, Dr. Schwartz, that the project assumes, for instance, that an average additional deliveries of 403,000 acre feet per year would be provided by the DCP?
I'm generally aware of some of the performance metrics that have been reported on a project. It's not my area of expertise.
And are you aware that, for instance, benefit cost analysis have been prepared in order to try to help inform decision-making about participation in this project potentially based on those average additional deliveries?
Objection, relevance as to this witness's rebuttal testimony outside the scope.
I think that's right. Ms. Meserve, bring us back to climate, please.
Well, Mr. Schwartz is saying that it's not important to look at more extreme drying, and if the water...
I understand there's a substantive dispute as to whether 8% to 10% overall drying is a valid possible scenario or not, but I think we reached the end of that unless you think there's more.
Well, there's implications associated with water deliveries, as well as impacts on legal users of water, as well as all the other hearing issues. So if we're looking to Mr. Schwartz for information about what is a reasonable climate scenarios to look at, I think it's important to talk to him about what those implications are.
The implications of what?
Of failing to look at a more extreme drying signal and how that would implicate these other...
Well, let me ask this just for my clarification. My understood, please correct me to the extent I'm wrong, Mr. Schwartz. My understanding of your testimony was that a -8% or -10% overall drying signal was not reflected in any reasonable scenario. Is that a fair
I
characterization?
think that is a fair characterization, and further that 8% and 10% drying trend that Mr. Lucas identified, he didn't make it up, but a lot of it is interannual variability that is also in these models. And we have evaluated the combination of warming, of drying, and of interannual variability that result in periods of drying that are in excess of this. That was my testimony. But you can apply an 8% overall drying trend to the historical interannual variability signal, because you will get something that is beyond the scope of, beyond the plausibility of any climate model simulation.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I can see your thinking, Ms. Meserve. So I am handing it back to you, but I mean, it sounds to me like there may be a fundamental disagreement about what is or isn't plausible, and that may be the end of the conversation here, although certainly protestants have the opportunity to challenge that. So.
Yeah. Isn't it possible, Mr. Schwartz, that the interannual variability would also change in the future in ways that the models aren't necessarily showing?
All models are wrong. I don't think we're going to get it perfectly right about everything, including how interannual variability changes, but I think we've used the best tools and data that we have today and applied them in a reasonable and peer-reviewed way to explore some pretty extreme scenarios of what could happen. And I mean, the 95th percentile is a pretty extreme outcome. The CC 95.
Okay, I'll leave it at that and move on to the other witnesses. Thank you. Thank you for your time, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to call I would like now more of a 10-minute break. So let's go ahead and do that. And we'll come back. Let's just call it 3 o'clock. Thank you. All right, welcome back to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And Ms. Carroll, looks like you have a comment.
I do. I have a request. I was wondering if we could confirm with Ms. Desjardins if she needed all of the witnesses or if it would be possible to let Dr. Priest go for the rest of the day after Ms. Meserve. I'm not sure if you also have questions for Dr. Priest.
Yeah, relevant to that question, it looks like Mr. Busher and Ms. Desjardins were thinking of switching order just because Mr. Busher has a shorter set of questions, and so it made sense to try to let Ms. Desjardins ask all her questions together. I believe that all of Ms. Desjardins' questions are for Mr. Schwartz. And so to your question, I'm happy to ask Dr. Priest her questions now. And then I believe that Mr. Busher might have questions for her.
Let's go
We
ahead
did
and
also email Mr. Busher hoping to get that information, but we thought he was going tomorrow, so we don't know yet.
and he's
He
here.
was-
Let's elevate Mr. Busher, please, and then he can speak for himself. And then
He's
I have
available
a note
now. Yeah.
I have a note, and I did not write down the witness, but I have a note. I know our state water contractor's witness is not available until tomorrow afternoon, but I also had a note about someone who's available either before. I wrote down 11:15, March 25th, but I'm not sure who that was. Do you know, Ms. Carroll?
It was Dr. Priest.
Okay. And she's available before or after 11:15 tomorrow?
Before, I believe, but yes,
Okay.
she's nodding at me.
Okay, thank you.
I do not have any questions for Dr. Priest, so I am indifferent as to whether she sticks around for the rest of the day after Miss Meserve is done. I've got,
Okay.
I don't know, 15 or 20 minutes probably for the other witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Busher. I appreciate that. So it sounds to me, let me put this out, that we could, if Ms. Meserve is willing to move to Dr. Priest, we could get through Dr. Priest, but she may need to return tomorrow morning if Ms. Desjardins, were we entirely confirmed? She may have some questions. Oh, Ms. Desjardins is here. If we can please elevate Ms. Desjardins. And hopefully, there we go. Welcome, Ms. Desjardins. I know we put you on the spot suddenly. You could try, your screen is black. I'm not sure if your video is on or off, but if you just try coming off mute, maybe you can let us know if you have questions for Dr. Priest. Looks like we may have technical difficulties. If you wouldn't mind, Ms. Desjardins, sending an email to or communicating with Ms. Carroll at least, letting her know if you possibly have questions for Dr. Priest, and then we'll know if we need Dr. Priest in the morning. I'm fine with trying to think. I may have questions for Dr. Priest now that I think about it. So let's plan on, we'll bring Dr. Priest back. And I'm sorry that way I had to go through this whole thing. If Dr. Priest would make herself available in the morning, I'm aware of the 11:15 cutoff, if you will. And then, but it sounds like once Ms. Meserve has asked her questions, then she can be excused for the day at least. Does that work for all?
That's greatly appreciated. And yes, I was going to ask if you had any questions, so that's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. With that, I think to you, Ms. Meserve.
Okay. Let's hope Dr. Priest's sound is working.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great.
Yep. Okay. Good afternoon. Let's see. So I just have handful of questions for you. We got a lot of stuff covered by other folks, so I'll try to focus here. So as a scientist who studies CHABs, you're familiar with the microcystis cells, right?
Yes.
And part of what you consider is where in the water column these cells may occur. Is that right? When you're
Yes,
studying.
I mentioned that earlier because the cells in the hotspot areas, as I was mentioning earlier, they tend to aggregate at the surface. And that is typically, but not always, but typically when we see the most severe toxins and kind of other adverse effects from them.
And are you familiar with the term neutrally buoyant?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
So I think you're asking in regards to the cyanobacteria cells, and they do have the ability to regulate their buoyancy in the water column, which gives them a competitive advantage over other phytoplankton species. But when the water is too turbulent or mixing, then it's harder for them to rise to the surface. And so that's why in flowing channels, you see them more mixed throughout the water column.
And are they neutrally buoyant?
Well, they have the ability to control their buoyancy, regulate where they go in the water column.
So they are not neutrally buoyant, are they?
I think I just described how they regulate their buoyancy.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but neutrally buoyant means that an organism or a cell would be neutral and would not have any control. Is that right?
Okay.
So the microcystis cell, if they have some control over where in the water column they go, they are not neutrally buoyant, correct?
Okay. In that, yes, defining it like that, that's true.
Does the DSM-2 model that you used in your analyses presented here in the hearing, for instance, in your 514R, your HABs report, does it assume that microcystis cells are neutrally buoyant?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to which component of DSM-2 you are referring to in Dr. Priest's analysis.
Well, her 514R refers to DSM-2 in several places for several components of
Correct. So I'm asking which component because it could be different and otherwise it's a compound question.
Okay. Well, for instance, the 514R, the report relied on DSM-2 in the analysis that she titled, that was mentioning tidal sloshing, for instance. So did that analysis assume that the microcystis was neutrally buoyant when you relied on DSM-2 for that?
So the DSM-2 was looking at how water for the residence time was looking at moving 90% of the water. When evaluating how there were no changes or minimal to no changes in velocity between the project and no project scenarios. And for residence time, we've gone over how there are some changes in some locations in some months. And when I considered those changes, I considered all aspects of the situation. So I considered cyanobacteria, their ability to move up and down in the water column, but also the other environmental factors that would be conducive to them being present. So there were a lot of considerations that were used in my assessment.
Okay. But the DSM-2 model can't consider those things itself, right?
I would defer to the modelers to answer that, but that wasn't the exact purpose of what I was using the modeling for.
In a variant of a residence time calculation, non-neutrally buoyant characteristics wouldn't exactly be what you want. But then the other issue is that that's yeah, I mean that's sometimes used as sort of a particle tracking characteristic or a sediment characteristic. But I think that what was being modeled here was a residence time surrogate. Is that correct?
Yes, we were looking at a project and no project scenarios, and 90% of the water moving, not a particle tracking. But that doesn't mean that we're ignoring the biology of cyanobacteria in making the assessment, as I just described. That was considered. Nothing was looked at in isolation.
I had a question about the tidal oscillation that you discussed with Ms. Moscow. When you discussed this issue about the potential of particles re-entering a subregion, which is also mentioned in 514R as well, does the DSM-2 model account for the possibility of re-entry of microcystis cells into a subregion in terms of the residence time?
I believe I answered that question this morning, but just to say it again, is we were looking at 90% of the water leaving a subregion. So for the first time, that's how I assessed it. And then I also explained in detail how once those cells leave the region, it's possible that some of them may re-enter the subregion. That's a possibility, but I would think most of them would probably be moving on. If the cell does re-enter the subregion, there's no guarantee that it would be continuing to grow, be able to outcompete.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I think, and maybe I'm not asking it right, but I was just simply asking whether the DSM-2 model could account for that possibility or not. That's all.
Okay, well, I think I explained how I used it, which was looking
How
at.
you used it, right?
Yes.
But does the model try to account for that, or is it just not something that the model could do, and then you did these other things you're explaining?
Mr. Singh, do you want to jump in and?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I understand your question. Could you repeat it?
I was just wondering, based on what I heard in the prior conversation, whether the DSM model could account for the possibility of the microcystis cell re-entering a subregion or not. It was intended to be a yes or no question.
So we didn't model any microcystis in DSM-2, so I'm a little bit confused. There was no particle tracking or anything like going back and forth. What we looked at as water quality as a surrogate and time it takes to dissipate that EC in a region. So we didn't do any particle tracking or any tracking of microcystis.
Okay. And then if we probably best to go to the test. Let's see, it's 508R is your testimony. Ms. Mullen, if maybe you could put that up for me, please. It's page 26, line 6. And you mentioned the reduced nutrient concentrations sufficiently suppressing HABs. And I know this was discussed to some extent earlier, but I was wondering if if you know, what is the nutrient concentration threshold that you would be using for this conclusion here on line 6?
So in this study, we had bioassays. The University of North Carolina, who are co-authors on the paper, ran bioassays and dosed bioassays with different nutrient concentrations. We're able to compare that to the nutrient concentrations that were in the water or the control, and then see if there was growth or limitation to the growth. So that was, we could pull up that part from the study if you wanted to go into that further. And then we also had measurements in a nearby area, just discrete measurements that the environmental monitoring program collects that we're also able to use in the study, and that is also where that sentence came from.
Was there, for instance, a concentration of total nitrogen, for instance, that you used as a threshold for HABs formation in the study?
Well, we looked at nitrogen and phosphorus, both total and dissolved forms.
But you didn't, so there wasn't one set concentration level that you had. Is it fair to say you were comparing different levels in the study?
Yeah, so the bioassays that the University of North Carolina ran had different concentrations of nutrients that were added to see if it could promote cyanobacteria growth relative to the control.
And so you don't have just to be clear, and it's okay, there wasn't a set concentration level that was reported in the study. For instance, nitrate, that was the threshold for HABs formation, for instance.
I'm not exactly following your question, but there are some reports in the literature of how much nitrogen and phosphorus cyanobacteria need to grow. And if those concentrations fall below those numbers, then growth could be limited. I think we cite those in the study. I would have to pull the study open though, just to look at it with you if you wanted to have something exact, but we weren't saying, oh, you have to reduce it to, we were not suggesting that you need to reduce nutrients to some level to prevent blooms. We were simply reporting the difference in nutrient concentrations between a very wet year and an extreme drought year, and how that impacted cyanobacteria growth at this one location in the Delta.
Then let's see. In your in the larger conclusions in your report, you have conclusions regarding the relationship of the project with HABs formation. And my question about that referred to the operations plan that DWR has for the project. Are you familiar with that? It's DWR 805R.
No, I'm
not familiar with that. Okay. So what operations did you assume would be followed in making your conclusions regarding HABs for your testimony?
Mr. Singh, I'm going to have him answer because I used the modeling that he provided, so he can talk about the assumptions that were used.
Yeah, so in terms of HAB analysis and the modeling data, so there's been a series of different modeling that's been done. So we had EIR where we used set of preliminary operations criteria. So all the modeling related to HABs is based on that. And then we had DCP ITP that was issued in February last year. So the modeling was updated to incorporate the updated or refined criteria. So the latest modeling that we're discussing with DCP ITP is the basis for that.
And Dr. Priest, if the project was operated differently than modeled, for instance, with diversions during the fall months that weren't in the modeling that Mr. Singh just referenced, then couldn't the concentrations of nutrients be higher than you had assumed?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical. Relevance.
Can you be more specific, Ms. Meserve?
Sure. What I'm trying to get at is that the Dr. Priest is referring to nutrient concentrations as being important to, it appears that my understanding is that that was important to our analysis. And I'm just exploring whether the relationship of flow to the nutrient concentrations. For instance, she has here on page 26, lines 6 through 7, she's discussing the study that flushing flows reduce the nutrient concentrations, for instance.
So you're asking about the relationship between flows and nutrient concentrations, and so what is specifically?
Right. So for
instance,
instance,
please.
if the flows if the flows were less than modeled, then wouldn't that increase the concentration of the nutrients that you were, if you're referring to concentration as being important here, isn't that directly related to the flows?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to location. The citations provided by Ms. Meserve are talking about a study on the Stockton waterfront and the lack of flow. But it's not tied to this overall general hypothetical that lacks specificity to be able to answer.
Well, can we talk about it, Ms. Meserve, if it works for you, with respect to the circumstances of this particular study?
Sure. So she refers to, I think the citation was it's DWR 529 is the study. I think it says 527 in the original. I'm trying to find where that is. But let's see.
It's page 25. It's just the page before, I think.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the analysis in this paper, I think it's at the bottom, Ms. Mullen, Priest and Pearl 2025, identified that at some times that flows were able to dilute the nutrients sufficient to reduce HABs, right?
Are you asking me to respond to that? So yeah, I just want to reiterate about this paper, which we discussed some yesterday. So there were several things that were going on at this location. So this is the Stockton waterfront specifically. So it's one location that we studied in this particular paper. And we specifically note that there's the flows are not physically impacting that area, but it's possible that in a very wet year with very high snowpack, such as 2023, that there is some nutrient dilution that is occurring along the San Joaquin River, and then that water is pushed tidally into our study area. However, there are also numerous stormwater inputs into that area. And we also note that in 2023, there was a large amount of flushing of the Stockton waterfront from those stormwater drains. And so that also played an important role in this study. Is just that there, in a very wet year, there's a lot of extra water in the system, and at this particular location that led to dilution of nutrients.
And wouldn't flows from the Sacramento River just conceptually also dilute constituents such as nitrogen when flowing down the river and potentially have a similar effect?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to location of dilution.
You referred to the Sacramento River, but is there a specific place?
Well, I would just point to any kind of backwater areas along the Sacramento River that might receive those high flows, similar to the Stockton area receiving the flows from the San Joaquin River.
If you can answer, please, Dr. Priest.
I'll just say more generally that the San Joaquin River has much higher concentrations of nutrients than the Sacramento River, and that the Stockton area in particular is a very high nutrient area, likely from local inputs, as well as San Joaquin River water flowing into there. So it's not, I don't want to, so this study was very specific to the Stockton area, and I don't think I can speculate how it would impact the Sacramento River, which is very different and does not have the HAB reports that the kind of lower San Joaquin River and the Delta has in the central and southern Delta.
Could we look just briefly at DWR 529, Ms. Mullen? I'll put here, but it's toward the end of that on page 7. It's DWR 529. This is the article we're talking about, right? If you go right above the conclusion, please. Do you see there where it's mentioned that the nutrient dilution was more important than the tidal factor? And well, the sentence that begins with "while past work," I guess, is what I want to draw your attention to, if you would read that.
Yeah, so our conclusion at this study site, Stockton, is that nutrient dilution played an important role in the lack of cyanobacteria at this site in 2023. That's what that's concluding. It's really emphasizing that it's not a physical mechanism that caused this lack of cyanobacteria, that it's the chemical, the nutrient dilution that is causing it. That is the purpose of that.
And that same nutrient dilution, though, that could occur on the from Sacramento River flows anywhere where HABs might form, hypothetically, though, couldn't it?
So as I mentioned previously, this was a study in one location in the Delta that has very high nutrient concentrations, higher than some other places, and the Sacramento River just does not experience as much as high of nutrients generally as the San Joaquin River.
But wouldn't the flushing flows then do even more to reduce the nutrient concentrations in an area where harmful algae was forming, hypothetically?
Complete hypothetical assumes facts, not evidence.
Which, Ms. Morris, the Habs formation, which facts?
We can just say, I'm sorry, that was a contradictory objections, but it is an incomplete hypothetical.
Okay.
Well, Dr. Priest said that the worst water quality of the San Joaquin is something to be concerned about. And I guess I'm just asking whether isn't the better water quality of the Sacramento River something that would make the ability to decrease nutrient concentrations even stronger and more pronounced if hypothetically there was a harmful algae bloom occurring along the
Misstates
Sacramento River.
testimony.
I think that's
And-
Ms. Meserve, I think and thank you, Ms. Morris. Once again, I think we're up against a fundamental substantive dispute about the relationship on the Sacramento between nutrients and flows and HABs. And I think Dr. Priest has expressed that she does not have an opinion in that scenario.
I also want to reiterate that this is a study looking at extreme drought year, the third year and the driest consecutive 3-year period on record, and a very wet year. So these are two extreme examples that I am comparing in this study.
So in your study then, keeping with the San Joaquin example, increasing the percentage of the San Joaquin River water would increase the nutrients in the area of the Stockton intake down there where you were studying?
That's not what I'm saying. This says, as I mentioned, 2023 was a very wet year. There was a lot of snowpack feeding into the reservoirs and the river, and that snowpack was melting and continuing to feed the reservoirs and the rivers. And we think that that is one of the things that played an important role in this study. So I am not suggesting that increasing San Joaquin River flow is going to mitigate blooms in this area. We do not suggest that in this study.
Let's see, if we could go, please. Let's see. Well, just one last question about this conclusion, which maybe I got wrong, but just sticking with that while the past work section there did you find that the nutrient dilution from the flows was more important factor than the movement of the tidal cycle? I mean, that's what it says there, isn't it?
Yeah, the point of that is that it was not physical forcings that explained the difference between the two seasons. It wasn't because of physical changes at that site. It was because of chemical, in this case, nutrient changes. That's the purpose of that conclusion.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could we please go to Dr. Priest's HABs report, which is 514R, DWR 514R, and it's at where I wanted to ask a question about is on PDF page 38. And I know it's kind of small there, but if we look at lines 13 and 14, you're discussing this North Delta diversion simulation not representing project operations. Do you see the sentence
Yes.
there? Okay. And isn't it true that the South Delta preference during balance conditions only applies as proposed by DWR during July through September?
I'm gonna let Mr. Singh answer that question.
So your question is can you repeat it to be clear?
Yeah. So the testimony or the report here is saying that the North Delta simulation doesn't represent project operations. And my question is that, isn't it true that the South Delta preference, which I believe Dr. Priest is saying is what we should be focused on, that only applies during balance conditions during July through September?
No, that's not true. South Delta preference is throughout the year. The only exception is that during balance conditions, we can shift to north if there's carriage water savings, but South Delta preference is year round.
So if during, for instance, and I'm looking at DWR proposed permit term 2 in DWR 1101R, but Dr. or Mr. Singh, there's what would happen in October. Would there be the South Delta preference of the 3000 CFS then?
Can I see the term that you're talking about? That way.
Yeah, let's pull it up. Ms. Mullen, can you pull up
Okay.
DWR 1101 R2? I'm not sure if that's the latest one or not, but whatever
It's
the
the
most
one
recent version.
dated October 23rd, 2025, I believe. It's DWR 1101R.
And even if it's the older one, that term has not changed at this point.
Same.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Then we're going to term 2. Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
Yeah, it's that second one. I was just trying to understand how Dr. Priest's statement fit with this item 2 here, balance conditions. Because the way I understood it here, if we got to October, then that 3000 CFS at the South Delta, perhaps, would that apply, Mr. Singh?
So that 3000 CFS that's being referenced there under balance conditions. So what it's saying is that operators could shift from south to north in those balance conditions, but there has to be a minimum of 3000 CFS of exports in South Delta, a combined state water project and CVP facilities. So there cannot be any shifting to north unless the combined exports are greater than that.
From July
at least 3000. Yeah, from July through September. But then in October, there is no limitation in terms of the South Delta total exports, but we will only shift if there is carriage water savings.
Okay, so it's unclear how many CFS would need to be pumped from the South Delta in October, for instance, under this condition?
Objection, incomplete, hypothetical. In this, are you assuming in October it's balance conditions, or are you assuming excess conditions? Because
Let's
that would
assume
change the
balance.
criteria.
Mr. Singh, under balance conditions, what would happen in October with how much would need to be pumped from the South Delta, if any?
So the proposed operations are that it will be still a South Delta priority. So the operators will still look to operate or export through South Delta unless there is, some water quality benefit or carriage water savings. Then they can shift to north.
But there wouldn't be a set requirement to pump at least 3,000 CFS in the South Delta, would there?
Yeah, there's no requirement, but CVP is not part of this project. So again, the 3,000 is combined. So CVP is always operating Jones, no matter what. And I mean, it's never, at least in the modeling, never happens where all state water project exports are shifted. So that's kind of an unrealistic scenario.
And it sounds like the way you're phrasing it, that the DWR operators would operate in, say, a month like October, according to whether there was some kind of benefit to DWR in balanced conditions, for instance, for carriage water saving. So what I was trying to get at with respect to the statement of Dr. Priest is that there is no guarantee, is there, Mr. Singh, that there would be at least 3,000 CFS pumped from the South Delta by DWR in months like October and November, for instance?
So the 3,000 minimum combined exports is, as that state there, July, August, and September. Outside that, it does not apply. But again, CVP is still operating in South Delta.
And then there is a potential, Dr. Priest, for HABs formation in the fall months, such as October and November, isn't there?
Section vague and ambiguous as to location, incomplete hypothetical.
Well, let's stick with the Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel area. I mean, October and November are times when you have observed HABs in the Delta, right?
It's much less likely, but it's possible, especially in November. It's very rare to see blooms. Usually kind of July, August, and September are the period when we're most likely to see blooms. But I included October and November as well to be conservative. And November especially to be conservative in this, because it is possible to see toxins or some colonies, but you're less likely to see the scummy, most problematic blooms in those later months. Temperatures are cooling by then, and the days are shorter. And cyanobacteria like hot temperatures and a lot of light.
So there is the possibility, and then also, okay, question, Dr. Priest, are you also aware that there are the potential for emergency situations that are discussed in the DWR operations plan where the DCP could be operated outside of the parameters that were described in, whether it be the conditions we were just looking at, for instance?
Compound calls for speculation.
Are you aware that there are emergency situations contemplated that where the project would be operated differently than modeled?
I haven't reviewed that information.
So thinking back to your statement that the South Delta preference is the only, well, sure exactly what you said there, but I mean, having looked at the permit term, do you see that there is the possibility that there may be diversions from the North Delta in a month like October.
Objection. This assumes facts not in evidence and mischaracterizes the testimony provided by these witnesses. Ms. Meserve seems to be suggesting that the modeling scenario that Dr. Priest evaluated does not include the South Delta preference, and that's just incorrect.
What I'm going to is that her phrasing of the correct operational scenario. And what I'm attempting to point out is that
What
there
is
are-
your question going to be, though, Ms. Meserve?
Yeah.
Is your question going to be that would the impacts be different if different operating criteria applied?
Yes.
Which seems self-evident, but I don't know.
Well,
I mean, maybe not. I shouldn't say that way.
Going back to your statement in 514R, where you characterize the South Delta preference as the correct operational scenario, having listened to the discussion we just had with Mr. Singh and looking at the conditions proposed by DWR, wouldn't it be more accurate to say the currently proposed operations?
Purpose of the paragraph that you're referring to was to point out that Dr. Paulson was using an incorrect scenario to conclude that there were going to be adverse impacts from the project. And I was pointing out that the correct scenario needed to be evaluated to assess what project impacts may or may not be.
Isn't it true, though, that Dr. Paulson was attempting to analyze other potentially foreseeable operations that are also possible?
Objection. Lacks foundation.
I think you've made your point, Ms. Meserve.
Okay.
Thank you.
And with that, we will allow Dr. Priest to get some rest.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. Thank you, Dr. Priest. And at least for today, you are excused. But I understand you have more questions for Ms. Meserve for the rest of the panel. Is that right?
I did have some questions for Mr. Singh. Thank you. Let's see. I know, Mr. Singh, you discussed habitat restoration a bit with Ms. Moskal, so I'll try not to repeat that, but you, in your testimony on page 91, you mentioned that restoration is acknowledged to attenuate tides upstream of the restoration location. And my question is, do you want me to have Ms. Mullen put that up?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Sure. It's a DWR 123R, and it's page 91, and then it's line 13.
Okay, you can see
Or
that.
13 to 15.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question is, wouldn't the ability of restoration to attenuate tides upstream of the restoration location depend on the specific location of the restoration to the area where the reverse flow was a concern?
Yeah, I think I'll have Dr. Talovich respond to those questions.
So are you talking about a matter of degree? Can you be a little bit more complete about what you're asking?
Well, there's an assertion made.
Yeah.
That it's generally acknowledged to attenuate. And then I'm just asking, doesn't the ability to do that, to attenuate the tides, depend on the specific location of the restoration in relation to the area where the reverse flow was a concern.
Yes.
And do you know where the restoration required for the DCP would be located?
I do not believe that a specific location was identified, but I defer to Mr. Singh on that regard.
Yeah. So I think as line 13 says that exact location and acreage is not determined yet.
Yeah. So what is not uncertain is that tidal restoration generally downstream will have that effect. In other words, the sort of the sign of the effect is not really difficult to determine, but proximity and acreage and all of those configurations would matter.
So, and wouldn't the ability of such restoration to attenuate tides upstream of the restoration location also depend on the type of restoration being carried out?
Objection to the extent it calls for speculation.
To the extent you can answer.
To the extent that I can answer, the majority of the variables that would matter is the degree to which the restoration area that was exposed is going to be water. In other words, the elevations that are involved, but most of it, assuming that the area is open and you can determine the amount of water that's inundated, that's most of the energy sink. There are a few other variables, such as whether the restoration area is heavily vegetated, that would have a sort of secondary effect on the amount of energy dissipation.
So, for instance, the ITP, which is Exhibit AHO 65, requires channel margin habitat without requiring a location for it. Would you expect that type of habitat to attenuate reverse flows?
Expansion along the side of a channel absolutely is associated with attenuation of flows. That's something that would be presented in a standard text on estuarine propagation. But without specifics, I don't think I would be able to go any farther with that.
So in the statement made here in Mr. Singh's testimony, the restoration would need to be downstream of the intakes in order to attenuate the reverse flows that that there's a concern about that's being addressed in this paragraph 68. Is that what you're saying?
That's the only statement made, yeah.
So are you aware that most restoration in the Delta is typically been proposed for what's called like the cache slough complex?
Yes, and I would consider that to be downstream.
You would consider that to be downstream of Hood?
Yeah. Yes, for sure. And I also say that having studied a number of restoration areas, I've modeled Lookout Slough, South Yolo. So we have a lot of experience with restoration areas that are in the cache complex area, and they generally act as energy sinks. But the degrees depends on proximity. So for instance, Little Egbert, which is closer to that junction, has a more immediate effect than a restoration area that's in a remote area closer to Yolo Bypass.
So in your opinion, water passing by the intake proposed north of Hood would thereafter pass by Lookout Slough?
What do you mean pass by?
Well, you said downstream.
Okay, well, what I mean is seaward. Let's focus on that word then. And what I mean is that the attachment to along the tidal propagation path is seaward of the location that we're talking about.
So if you were a molecule of water coming down the Sacramento River and you passed by the town of Hood, then you would eventually pass by Cache Slough before you got to the ocean?
I think part of the trouble is when you start talking about molecules of water. Tidal propagation isn't based on water, actually. It's a little bit, for instance, like the speed of sound. When I speak to somebody, if we were in the same room, the air from my mouth wouldn't reach you. What would happen is that there'd be a kind of a compression of the air, and that would compress the air in front of it, and eventually it would reach your ears. It would do so very quickly, and it would do so based on physics that are not molecules of water traveling around.
Are you aware of any studies that have looked at the attenuation of reverse flows on the Sacramento River caused by a project like Lookout Slough?
Yes, in general, modeling of Lookout Slough, for instance, that we did for the Delta Science program exhibited that. I can't remember whether we specifically highlighted that in the document. I've also seen tidal range as a common metric used by Resource Management Associates, or RMA, in their study of reversing flows in the Georgiana Slough area.
But sitting here today, since you don't know where the restoration that's required for the DCP would be located, you really don't know whether it would attenuate the reverse flows that were mentioned in opinion 2 of the Dr. Paulson testimony, do you?
If those restoration areas were going to occur landward of the Hood site, then I think your remarks might be true. Of course, if it happens so far landward that it's outside of the area of tidal propagation, then some of these things wouldn't be pertinent. So there's kind of a narrow area of where the restoration might occur. And I don't think that Mr. Singh felt that there were any candidates in that area.
And the ITP itself doesn't say where the restoration site should be, does it?
I do not know.
Let's see, talked a little bit earlier, Mr. Singh, about fall X2, and you confirmed yesterday, I believe, that all the new model runs submitted to the hearing assume that fall X2 will continue to be met, right?
Yes, I think we confirmed that yesterday, and Mr. Fitz, you commented on that.
And you deferred to operators when asked about DWR's plan of how it would operate to fall X2, right?
Yes, all I can talk about is what was modeled and being discussed here.
And have you had conversations with the operators about how fall X2 would be met for DCP?
No, I haven't talked to operators, just particular on X2, but it is an assumption in the model. in terms of all the regulatory requirements that are there today.
And so just to clarify, there's no evidence in this hearing that you're aware of about what the project impacts on salinity, for instance, would be if fall X2 was not continued to be met.
Objection, outside the scope.
Overruled. To the extent you know, Mr. Singh.
Yeah, I haven't done any analysis with DCP without fall X2. All the modeling that's being discussed and presented here has those assumptions with fall X2.
I had a question also about real-time operations, which I think is at page 59 of this same document, line 3, which mentions real-time system operations on a daily time step. And I know you had some questions about this. I was just wondering if you know what is the data source for operators to make what you call the actual decisions here?
Objection, outside the scope, the data source.
Overruled. To the extent you know, please, Mr. Singh.
Maybe I don't understand your question. When you say data source, what data are you referring to?
Well, in this paragraph, you're discussing meeting the water quality control plan objectives, and then you talk about the difference between the monthly time step and then actual decisions on line 3 being made on this daily time step. So, and then on line 6, you mentioned the real-time operations. So I guess I'm just wondering, like, how does the information get to the operators to do this daily time step that you're saying happens with real-time operations?
Vague and ambiguous as to information.
For instance, like water quality information for meeting salinity standards in the Delta, as an example.
Well, I think operators will probably be able to answer that better, but in terms of operations, I mean, operators know the hydrology, what's coming in to the delta and what the status of the delta is in terms of water quality and different requirements that we have. So they make daily decisions based on what the requirements are, and then how we can export based on those requirements. So they have knowledge of existing hydrology and status of the delta in terms of water quality, which is tracked daily.
And is for the water quality, let's just stick with salinity at the nodes that are monitored by DWR, how frequent is that information available to operators? Like what frequency?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to nodes, which is a modeling term.
I'm using the wrong term. It's monitoring stations.
It really depends on the station. It's continuous monitoring happening at all these compliance locations. So it's available on CDEC.
And so you believe that's available instantaneously with any changes in water quality?
Objection, misstates testimony, outside the scope.
Where are we going, Ms. Meserve? I think I
Well-
humored you a little bit in going down this road, which is not exactly presented here, but
Oh, he's saying that they would be avoided by real-time operations, and I'm just trying to understand what that means, what real-time means.
well, why don't you ask Mr. Singh that question? What his understanding of real-time operations means. Mr. Singh, what is when you say real-time operations, what is your understanding of what would happen here?
I mean, if you read that full sentence, it says real-time operations are conducted on a daily time step. When I was talking about modeling, it's a monthly model, and Calcium is making these decisions based on a monthly time step. And I'm just kind of comparing that to real-time operations, which is decisions are being made on a daily time step.
And who will make those decisions?
The operators.
No, operators have the authority to decide not to exceed the objectives.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion outside the scope, relevance.
Ms. Meserve, I think you've made your point that there are others who will be actually doing the operating, and that there are rules and restraints and constraints and information limitations, etc. So I understand.
Isn't it a management decision about whether a change such as a release from the reservoir would be made to avoid an exceedance?
Is that a question of objection? If that's, I'm not sure if you're just trying to continue asking your questions, or if that's a question that I should object to.
What do you, well, and I'm not sure about the rest of the question, but I have a question about that question, which is, what do you mean management decision? I'm not sure what you're getting at here.
I have, my understanding of this paragraph is that the operators will make these decisions that will avoid violating the objectives or avoid exceeding the objectives. And then I wonder who has the authority to make the decisions to avoid the exceedance, and whether the quote operator has that authority, or whether that's a management decision, like a director decision or an assistant director decision.
And why does that matter? How is that relevant?
That's relevant because the testimony asserts that the modeled increases actually would not be expected to happen.
But why does it matter if it's the operator or because, right?
Well, because isn't it a political or a policy decision?
I see. Which I think you're trying to, again, I think you're making your rebuttal argument, which is this is not the time or the place, but you will have the opportunity.
Future operations. Mr. Singh, still thinking about the real-time operations. You discussed with Ms. Moscow that for certain modeling scenarios, the calcium model kept crashing and referenced the reservoirs going to dead pool in the 2085 model run as an example. Do you recall that conversation?
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday and some this morning. So I clarified when I say crashing, it's mostly looking at frequency of dead pools in upstream reservoirs.
And so, isn't it true? So if the project was built and operated, you would not expect the project to run the reservoirs to dead pool, would you?
Objection, argumentative. Also, it appears to be outside the scope. Just because Ms. Moskal was allowed to ask about it, not sure that it ties back to this rebuttal testimony.
Well, I think there's the line of questioning I think is appropriate. I'm not sure what you meant by the question, Ms. Meserve. I was genuinely confused. You mean that?
I did not mean to be argumentative. I'm sorry. I just was, well, it kind of goes a little bit to what we were just discussing, but I mean, I was asking, would you expect the operators to avoid running the reservoirs to dead pool, even though the model showed that that's what would happen.
And just for clarity purposes, are we talking about future scenarios like 2085 where
Correct.
this did
Yes.
occur?
Yes. 2085.
And then I'll just object that that line of questioning calls for speculation.
Ms. Meserve, are you trying to get at, Ms. Meserve, which I think may be a question I have, which is why that scenario? Maybe I'll try this. This is venturing into my questions, but and I'm trying to think how to articulate this. Mr. Singh, when you describe why is it that if upstream reservoirs, if the model shows that upstream reservoirs end up in dead pool, why would you describe that as crashing, which to me suggests, and maybe this is wrong, but suggests that the model is not working?
Yeah. So I wouldn't I guess I wouldn't say crash. The model isn't crashing. It's running through the full period of simulation. It's just that the frequency is higher than what we see in today's normal operations. So maybe I can correct that word crashing. What I meant is it's going to dead pool more frequently than what we see in today's normal operation.
And could that not be an accurate indication by the model of what would happen under those conditions, given the input assumptions?
Yeah. I mean, it is happening in these future hydrologies, which are drier. There's a sea level rise of 1.8 to 3.5 feet. And this is irrespective of DCP. It has nothing to do with DCP. Even in the baseline, we're seeing those operations.
Thank you. I think at that point, I'll hand it back to you, Ms. Meserve. I'm not sure that's what you were going to ask, but I thank you for that.
So is it true then that we don't really have evidence here of how the project is actually proposed to be operated in 2085?
Objection. Calls for a legal conclusion. Misstates testimony outside the scope. Argumentative.
I'm going to overrule it. I think we're getting to a real question, this is a legitimate question, which is, well, maybe, can you just run it by me again, or direct it to Mr. Singh again, please, Ms. Meserve?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just trying to understand that if the model is not accurately reflecting what we think would occur with respect to the dead pool.
Let's stop there. I'm not sure that's true, because I think I just asked Mr. Singh if that would happen, and I think so maybe let's start with that and explore that.
Well, my understanding from listening to Mr. Singh earlier was that it didn't sound like the model was able to provide an accurate reflection of how the project might operate in 2085. And that's what my question was about.
And that misstates the testimony and is not a question, but rather a statement.
So, well, let's ask the question. Mr. Singh, did you intend to testify that the model did not accurately depict how you might otherwise expect the project to be operated in 2085? Or maybe you don't have opinion about that. That's a fair response too.
No, I mean, I never said that it was not correct or how the model. All I'm saying is that the future scenarios, if there is an imbalance between available water supply and current demands, assuming we have current demands, current regulations, there's that imbalance, and that has nothing to do with DCP. In fact, when you layer the DCP using the same operations criteria, there's times when, in winter, you still have those high flows, and DCP is capturing those, but I'm saying the overall operations is the frequency of dead pools is higher. So something has to, so that's why we, at least for a modeling exercise, we made a lot of different assumptions, like TUCPs, releasing demands, just to show a different set of things that can happen in future, it is too speculative for DWR to decide what's going to happen, but there were some series of assumptions that were made, and all those shows that DCP under the current criteria still has a lot of benefit.
Thank you, Mr. Singh.
And in keeping with the 2085, is it speculative also to try to determine what the effect of the DCP diversions is on water quality, such as salinity, for other water users?
So we did not do any DSM-2 analysis in terms of looking at water quality in the delta, and the reason for that was that what's in the modeling is a lot of different sets of assumptions which are speculative, and we didn't run through a DSM-2 model, but in terms of project benefits and effects, we did look at what the changes in flows are, changes in reservoirs are, X2, OMR, salinity within calcium, what the changes are. So there is a lot of information that looks at project benefits and impacts.
The last set of questions I had was just had to do with the channel bathymetry issue that you discussed with Mr. Dean earlier today. And I think I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you mentioned that the more current data may not be necessary for a planning study. Do you remember referring to a planning study?
I do remember saying planning study, but I don't think I made a statement what you're alluding to. Can you repeat what your question is or what you think I said?
I guess I heard something that was along the lines that the more accurate or current channel bathymetry may not be necessary for the planning studies that are being undertaken for the DCP. Is that correct?
I did not make that statement. What I was talking about was the version of DSM-2 that we used is a version, what we call a planning version, that works with calcium, which looks at 100-year of a period. We look at operations, and that feeds into DSM-2. What I was saying is that the version that we have used was the best available version at the time, and it still is, but there is improvements or updates to bathymetry, and a planning version of that model is not available as of today.
And a planning version of it, that's what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. but here in this hearing, we're attempting to use the bathymetry that's available for purposes of determining the hearing issues, right?
Yeah, and we have used the DSM-2 to look at project impacts compared to the different baselines. And a lot of discussions are happening for South Delta, and we have presented results. And just looking at overall project operations, South Delta priority, and only times there's changes is actually decreasing South Delta exports. So taking all those into account, I think we have presented enough information that looks at impacts in South Delta.
But the bathymetry issue, just speaking generally without going into individual channels, that's an issue that affects bathymetry, and having correct bathymetry throughout the Delta affects the outputs of DSM-2 for the entire Delta, not just the South Delta, isn't that right?
Objection, misstates testimony. Assumes facts not in evidence.
I'm not talking about his testimony.
Yeah, just clarify for us, Mr. Singh, please.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Oh, I was just trying to, I know there's been a lot of discussion about the South Delta bathymetry in particular, and I was just trying to understand big picture. The bathymetry of all of the Delta channels is important to the output of DSM-2, right?
It's a modest sensitivity, and it is not one that I think would affect the differential outcome to the point where it would displace this as first of all, it was the best available science at the time the study was undertaken, but it hasn't really been displaced as a huge sensitivity that would affect outcomes to a high degree, particularly in a differential sense.
All right, well, with that's all the questions I had. Sorry, it took a little longer. And I will turn it over to Mr. Busher. Hopefully he's ready to go.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve, and thank you for the witnesses. Mr. Busher, I know you had said half an hour, and if that's accurate, we can get in. Do you want to go ahead and make an?
Oh yeah, I'll be done before 5 o'clock.
All right, great.
I want to make sure Ms. Desjardins has sufficient time to ask Mr. Schwartz questions tomorrow, because I cannot cover what she's going to cover. So I will. My questions, I think, are primarily for Mr. Singh and Mr. Atelevich. And I'll try and get through this as quickly as I can. Mr. Singh, well, Ms. Mullen, can we put Mr. Singh's testimony on the screen, 123R, and go to page 11, table 1? So I know we got the chart, and I know we've spent a lot of time talking about the differences in the model, and I just want to make sure that I understand this. So we've got the 2040 no project alternative. That's from the EIR, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. And that is 2040 central tendency climate, correct?
That is correct.
And it includes the 2019 and 2020 BIOPS and ITP for project operations, water project operations, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And it does not include the VAs?
Does not.
Okay. And the DCP operations for that one do not include the ITP, correct?
For 2040 alternative 5, yes, the operation for DCP are not the final ITP that was issued for DCP last year. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And then for the 2043 models that are here,
yes,
we have the 50% and 95% level of concern for the climate, correct?
That is correct.
And we've updated to the BIOPS and ITP from December of 2024, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so those do not include Action 5 or the 2025 amendments to the State Water Project ITP, correct?
That is my understanding. Maybe Mr. Fitzhugh can confirm that.
Yeah, it definitely does not include Action 5. I'm not too familiar with changes for the SWP in 2025, but I don't believe that would be in there either.
Okay, they were in September and December, if that helps.
Yeah, those models were prepared before then, so no.
Okay.
I don't believe.
And are the VAs included in the 2043 models?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And then the DCP operations for those include the ITP.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. That is helpful. I appreciate it. If we could go to page 21, please, Ms. Mullen. So this section here on river flows that starts at the top of this page, I think it goes through page 29 or so. This is river flows upstream of the intakes that you're talking about in this portion, correct?
That's correct.
And then in paragraph 24, lines 8 through 10, do I understand it correctly that the 2043 50% level of concern modeling or scenario is drier than the prior model that was the 2040 central tendency?
Yeah, that's talking about winter time. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then if we go down to the bottom of this page, lines 19 through 24, when the level of concern goes from 50% to 95%, it gets drier still, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And when you use the term drier in this context, that means less in-stream flow in the river, like less hydrologically, less flow in the river.
Maybe, yes, that is correct.
Okay. And can we go to page 22, please? And again, when you're describing identical flows in paragraph 26, that's upstream of the intakes, correct?
I'm sorry, which line are you referring to?
So it starts at line 2 and then jumps to line 5, right? Flows at these upstream locations, list of locations, are identical to those under corresponding baseline scenarios in the climate change future. That's all upstream of the intakes, those locations, correct?
Yeah, the differences are similar. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Can we go to page 30 then, please? So now we're talking about flow downstream of the intakes, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And these are decreases in flows due to the project, correct?
Yeah, so it'll have any decreases in the flows. Yeah, that are
Okay.
diverted.
All right, thank you. And if we go to page 34, please. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. So here you're describing old and middle river flows or OMR flows. When this is this modeled based on the CDEC tidally influenced or tidally corrected gauge, or is it modeled based on OMR index as used in the like the State Water Project ITP?
Mr. Fitzhugh, can you confirm that?
I am pretty sure that it's the OMR index, but I would probably need to get back to you just to confirm that.
And that index is different than the gauge, the CDEC gauge that is after the tidal correction to that CDEC gauge, correct?
I'm not very familiar with the difference, to be honest.
Okay, fair enough. All right, and then if we could go to page 39. So this page and the next page, tables 2 and 3 here, that are the end of September storage and deliveries. So these charts, as I recall, back to last spring and June. These were updated. I think, Mr. Fitzhugh, this was part of your testimony in the supplemental information where there were constraints about prior uses based on the water rights. These charts were updated in that context, correct?
Are you talking about what are you talking about again? Sorry, the memo from last June?
Correct. I think it was last June, May. I don't know.
Are you talking about, if you're talking about historical maximums?
Correct.
I don't think we did any analysis of storage or those conditions.
Okay, so maybe it was just in the table A deliveries, the long-term average and the critical dry years, the bottom of this chart. Those were updated as part of the supplemental information based on the historical maximum usage, correct?
Objection to the extent it was updated. It was required information that was provided. I would not use the word updated. I think that's a mischaracterization.
Sorry. That information was provided pursuant to an order from the AHL, correct?
It included exports and various components of exports and how those would change, yes.
Okay.
I think we should probably look at the document to get all the details if we want to.
So my question is just what's reflected here in tables 2 and 3 with respect to the 2040 analysis or modeling, and then the baseline updates for the 50 and, well, the updates for the 50 and 95% levels of concern in 2043. That doesn't include the limitation from the historical maximums that was provided previously. Is that right?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion and application, as well as outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
Overruled. Let's just pin down what's here as compared to other similar charts we've received. So I think that's the point of your question, right, Mr. Busher?
It is indeed. Thank you.
No, there's no application of any historical maximums in these models.
Thank you. All right. And then, Ms. Mullen, if we could go to page 91. And lines, I think it was 13 through 15. You had a discussion, Mr. Singh, you had a discussion with Ms. Meserve about this. And I just want to make sure I understood what you were talking about. Is the title or the habitat restoration here, where you're describing the effect being attenuating tides, is that the tidal habitat restoration that's required by the ITP and the CEQA documents that's designed to offset hydrodynamic effects?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion or interpretation of the ITP or any other regulatory requirement.
Noted. To the extent you can answer.
So what I'm talking about, I'm just responding to Dr. Paulson's statement, which is in line 11 and 12, that DWR plans thousands of acres of habitat restoration and impacts to hydrodynamics and water quality have not been evaluated. And so in response to that, I'm just saying that the exact location and acreage is not known, but based on available literature, we do know that having tidal restoration can affect reversals.
So that I got, and I'm not trying to quibble with your or her or anybody else's opinions about the utility or effect of those things. I just want to know, right, the ITP, and Dr. Greenwood testified about this. There's been a bunch of back and forth about this. The ITP requires mitigation in the form of habitat, tidal habitat restoration. And one bucket of that where is that the main purpose of that mitigation is to offset hydrodynamic effects. And I want to know if that's the same mitigation that you're referring to here that we've talked about in other contexts.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion. Also outside the scope as to what the purpose is. That is clearly outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
I'm not asking him what the purpose is. I'm asking him which mitigation he's referring to in his testimony.
Well, let's go with that.
Yeah, so it will include any mitigation including ITP for hydrodynamics.
That the location and acreage is not yet known.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. And then, Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up DWR 138, this is the State Water Project Adaptation Strategy Scenario Sensitivity Analysis. Dr. Telovich, I think these may be questions for you. I don't really know who I'm asking. This was included in the chunk of documents that comes after your testimony. Did you prepare this document or portions of it?
I did not.
Do you know who did? Did anybody on the panel prepare this?
Yeah, I was involved in preparation of that,
Great.
along with some of the modeling that's there. Mr. Fitzy was involved in that too.
Great.
So this
Thank you.
is same 2043 and 2085 scenarios that I have in my testimony.
Okay. And can we go to page 86, please, of this document? Were you involved with the modeling in 2043 that was used to inform the fish and aquatic resources portion of this document?
When you say modeling, what modeling are you referring to?
Well, so there's 5 bullet points here on the screen: Sacramento River flow downstream, percentage of flow diverted, delta outflow, X2, and OMR flows. Were you involved in that modeling?
Yeah, so these are the same models like 2043 CC50 and CC95, and also 2085 CC50 and CC75. So these are the models, at least 2 of them we talked about in that table that we started this cross-examination.
Correct. Okay. Do you agree that these model outputs are the most useful or relevant to determining the impacts that are described in this section of the document?
Objection outside the scope of this witness's expertise, as he's asking about the application to the biology and to aquatic species.
He did the modeling.
Also,
let me try it this way.
as to most useful.
I'll try it this way. Why did you pick these 5 things to model in the context of the fish and aquatic resources?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
You mean that Mr. Singh picked the modeling? Are those facts?
Yes. Are those,
Okay.
There's no foundation that Mr. Singh drafted this section on fish and aquatic resources.
All right. Well, maybe we have to start there, Mr. Busher.
Did you? Well, so he said he did the modeling that's related to this. So, Mr. Singh, did you have any involvement in selecting what would be modeled when you did the modeling that we've just described?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Did I have any?
Did you have any input on the selection of things that you modeled?
So the models are standard calcium and DS, and at least a couple of them is DSM-2 for 2043. So those are same models that we've been using. But going to this section, I was not involved in the write-up of this section.
Do you know who was?
I don't.
Okay. We go to page 101, please. And well, so actually, can we go back to page 100, orient Mr. Singh here? So this is the section 6.3, the 2085 analysis, and I assume you did not have any involvement in drafting this section as well. Is that correct?
That is correct. I was not.
And then now can we go to page 101, the bottom half of the page? This paragraph here describes changes in flow, changes in temperature, and changes in hydrodynamics. Based on your modeling, does the DCP in 2085 conditions have any impact on the temperature?
When you say temperature, which temperature are you referring to? Temperature in the delta?
Water temperature. The last sentence that starts additionally decreases in juvenile salmonid survival is
Objection.
I'm not done. I'm not done. It talks about water temperature. My question is just, does the operation of the DCP based on the modeling change the water temperature in 2085?
Objection, lacks foundation, vague and ambiguous as to location.
I think we do have a problem here, Mr. Busher, because, well, I don't know if Mr. Singh is familiar with this document, but he did say he didn't draft it, so I'm not sure.
Well, he did the modeling for it, and this analyzes the modeling, and I appreciate he doesn't know the answer to how they applied the modeling to these resources, but he presumably knows the answer to what the modeling said, those outputs. So, right, Mr. Singh, did you participate? Well, I'll try it this way.
Okay.
Did you participate in the 2085 temperature impacts from the with and without DCP modeling?
There was no water temperature modeling done for 2085 to my knowledge. The only models we have is calcium. But what I can say is that we have temperature modelings for existing 2040, 2043, and really the trend is that DCP has no effect on temperatures in delta.
Okay.
So we didn't do any modeling for 2085.
And if we go up a few lines, there's a citation to Hans 2022, and then a sentence that says sea level rise will affect delta hydrodynamics. Do you have an understanding for what those hydrodynamics are based on your modeling of the project?
Maybe Dr. Talovich can talk on that.
It depends on the specific question.
So this is describing the hydrodynamics having potential consequences on fish in the delta or through delta survival. My question is, based on your modeling of the project, does the DCP make those dynamics, those hydrodynamics, worse or better for those fish species?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to location.
Well,
Mr. Busher, do you? I mean, I know you're trying to get at what's written here, but we're running into the same problem where it's.
Let's try it this way. Dr. Talovich, can you just read to yourself the sentence that starts, however, sea level rise? That's maybe 2/3 of the way down this paragraph.
Delta hydrodynamics, such as the important flow split at Sacramento River's junction with Georgiana Slough, with more flow entering the junction at a given level of Sacramento River flow. I mean, it's attributed to Maren Greenwood, so I think we know who made the statement. I did not do the modeling for that.
In terms of those hydrodynamics, you're not familiar with the modeling that shows that changing as a result of sea level rise?
No.
Okay, and I assume then that means you don't know whether the DCP has any effect on that hydrodynamic that's referred to there.
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to time, lacks foundation.
Overruled.
Thank you.
It's fine. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question I have, and I think this is again for you, Mr. Singh. So there was, I want to make sure I understand this correctly. There was modeling done for in delta water temperatures using DSM2 qual, QUAL, as part of the EIR, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Was any of that in delta temperature modeling based on DSM2 qual updated as part of any of the subsequent modeling that you did either as part of your testimony or at the request of the AHO?
When you say updated, yeah, we have been doing temperature modeling based on, once we had the updated ITP. So we used those results and then also for 2043 scenarios.
Okay. And did you use DSM-2 qual to do that temperature modeling with the ITP and with the 2043 scenarios?
That's correct.
Okay. When you did that 2043 modeling or the ITP, either one of those, is the methodology and the model the same as what was used and described in the EIR? Aside from the climate assumptions change, the project conditions change, but is the model itself the same?
I'm trying to remember. I believe there was some extension from the EIR. I have to go back. I mean, I can't recall just sitting here, but there was some extension up to 2015. I'm not sure what the model was in the EIR, but it's the same qual model.
And when you say there may be some extension, so the question is just whether it incorporates additional years of hydrology? That's what you can't remember?
Yeah.
Okay. But the methodology and the model are identical. Maybe it goes to 2021, maybe it doesn't. That's not important to me, but the way the model works is the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was definitely not to 2021. It was only up to 2015.
Okay, so there shouldn't be the only changes that should show up for the temperature analysis would be changes based on a change in the input, not based on anything in the model or changes of how the model analyzes those inputs.
I believe so.
All right, thank you very much. That's all the questions I have for this panel.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Busher. That was very efficient. I think what I want to do is forecast what I see and thank you to all the witnesses for staying with us all day long. I know it's been a long 2 days. Forecasting tomorrow morning, I think, to make sure that Dr. Priest can get through her day before 11:15. What I was envisioning is that we would see if Ms. Desjardins has questions for Dr. Priest that we could get to first. Then I could see if I have questions and we could do any redirect and recross if that makes sense, and then excuse her. I just want to make sure we hit that time limit. Ms. Carroll, did you have input on that or anything else?
I do. I have email communication with Ms. Desjardins, and she has confirmed that she does not have any questions for Dr. Priest.
Okay, well then if it's most convenient, we could start in the morning. If I don't know that I just need to take a look at my notes as well. Should we start with her? Do you have a preference? I don't know if you can speak on her behalf sitting here. We could do that.
Yes, we can start with her.
Okay, we could start, and then so I'm sending out the alert to others that if to the extent you have redirect and then there's recross, that those who may want to recross should be aware that that would be happening first, separate from the other panelists. And then we would move to Ms. Desjardins and proceed as normal, so to speak, with her questions, and then see if I have questions for the remaining panelists, and then get to redirect. So does that make sense? Are there any questions based on that? And then we won't start before, my understanding is that our final witness for state water contractors isn't available until after lunch, so we wouldn't start with that until, at the soonest, until after our lunch break. Is there anything else we should address before we break for the day? All right, then we are adjourned. I will see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.